Good afternoon, everyone, and trust you all had a nice lunch break. Good afternoon, everyone, and trust you all had a nice business today. Lunch break. So the House is now resume in session. Today. So the House is now in session. When we stopped this morning, we had completed the question and answer period. So now on the congratulatory and obituary speeches. Does any member wish? MP Swan, I see you jumped up real quick down there.
Yes, sir.
Go, man. Go right ahead. Got your 3 minutes.
Thank you, sir. It's with deep sadness that I rise to offer condolences to the family of the late Florence Flo Gibbons from Mullet Bay, St. George. My dear friend, Mr. Speaker, when you come into St. George, you'll see the colorful bottles, blue and blue, always decorated. Someone sitting in the yard there hailing folks, always accommodating. The matriarch of the family, she passed away. I lost a friend, and I'm very saddened that I was overseas when they funeralized her. I was able to write a tribute, but I wanted to rise and lend my voice in this house to let us folks know that one of our my dear constituents and friend passed away. She kept her family as a tight-knit unit and was embracing to me and involved me in events that let me know what was going on with the family. I always was appreciative of her throughout my years of being involved in politics in the East End. On a happier note, Ms. Leonie Thompson, who was once in constituency number 2, who now lives in constituency number 1 at the rest home there, celebrated 109 years of being on this earth and still being very lucid indeed. And I know I can associate the member from constituency number 1 with congratulations to her. I have a very nice picture of her and her great niece Janice, the great golfer Robinson she was when we were young juniors, from the Robinson family of St. George, and also Mr. Scott Stallett, who she virtually raised, is always very close-knit to that family as well, all from St. George's. And I had the honor of being invited to the 90th birthday of my dear friend Winslow Wayne Scott, Bronchi Minus, a well-known person in the horse trade, certainly known for the many shows he entered and the awards he won in the equestrian arena, and his grandchildren have gone on to carry that forward as well. And finally, I would like a commendation given to Lord St. George's number 200 on the Grand Roll of Scotland, who I have witnessed these young brethren take and modernize the peppercorn ceremony to it becoming an international cultural event. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Would any other member? MP Lister?
Good morning, Mr. Speaker.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it has been some time since we sat in this House, so I do have a number of condolences and congratulatory remarks to make, so please bear with me as I try not to speed through them. Mr. Speaker, I do want to send condolences to the family of a constituent of mine, Mr. John James Albert Venlo. He was a long-time servant in the Associate MP Weeks and MP DeCuto and MP Richardson, a long-term servant in the Bermuda Regiment.
Yes.
Also, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to send condolences to the family of Mr. Floyd Forth Jr. I knew him from Associate MP Kim's, Associate the whole House. I knew him from in and around the Somerset community, and in my early years of serving on the Somerset Cricket Club management, he also served on there. I also like to send condolences to the family of Miss Linda Hudson. I knew her for many years working at Butterfield Bank and was very saddened to hear that she had passed. I associate the Hill House also. Mr. Speaker, also like to send condolences to a friend of mine, Shantia Zhu. very shocked to hear of her passing. She was a young person, just a few years older than myself. I was very shocked to find out that she passed. I want to send condolences to her family. And then lastly, to a relative of ours, Mr. Erskine Johnny Beans, Associate MP Tyrrell, that is his constituent, but he is our family member. So again, to all these families, I'd like to send condolences. It is always sad to lose a family member, no matter what age or circumstance. Mr. Speaker, on a lighter note, I'd like to recognize a constituent of mine who races powerboats. Mr. David Seeley, along with Mr. Steve Bridges, they finished first place in their maiden victory of professional powerboat racing in St. Petersburg's Powerboat Grand Prix back in March. So congratulations to them. Also, to young Mr. Miles Otterbridge, who represented Bermuda well in the Carifta Games, who won first place in the under-20 100 meters, setting a new record, and then he won second, associated to Hill House, and then he won second place in the under-20 200 meters. So again, these are Bermudians represent Bermuda well and punching above their weight on an international stage. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, talking about an international stage, I'd like to send congratulations to the producers, and yourself included, of the Clyde Bass documentary. Clyde Bass, his name, and associated to Hill House, his name is synonymous with professional football in the UK by being the first black professional football player. And coming from a small island, Bermuda, we should be proud that we produced a person of that stature. And again, congratulations to the producers of that documentary, and again to Mr. Clyde Bass.
Thank you. Does any other member wish to make a contribution at this time? MP Richardson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise and echo my honorable colleagues' condolences to Sergeant Major Van Lowe's family, and I'd be remiss if I didn't contribute to his condolences. Sergeant Major Van Lowe was quite a remarkable man. I remember my daddy was in band, and so we spent a lot of time up camp, so to speak, and he was always one of the uncles, as it were, for us young men up Warwick Camp. And later on, when it became my turn to serve and others, all of our turns to serve, he then becomes more of a mentor. But Sergeant Major Van Lowe was not known for holding his tongue. And so you were always well appraised of what he thought of you and your contributions at that time. Sergeant Major Van Lowe had more than a few meetings with me. He was good friends with my father, and I will miss him incredibly. One of the funny parts of coming to know someone in the regiment, Mr. Speaker, is you rarely know someone's first name. And so I didn't know Sergeant Major's first name was James. And then I learned at his funeral that it's John. And but Sergeant Major Van Lowe will be missed in the clarinet section. He was born a boy, raised a man, but forged a soldier, and he will be missed amongst us who had the pleasure to serve. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other member? Minister Ruban.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to send condolences to the family of Mr. Harold Minus, who has recently passed. And I'd like to associate the entire House. If people knew Harold from the youth center, which is where I knew him, I worked with Harold. Shows a testament to his longevity. I worked with Harold at the youth center when I was, I believe, 15 and 16. And even so many years later, I would see him. He would still be as joyful and just friendly as ever. So many of our young people have come through that youth center in the last 40 years since I worked there, and all of them virtually would say, "I knew Harold." I remember having a conversation with one of the young people who were there when I was a counselor, and I said, "Well, did you hear that Harold passed?" And they were like just devastated. And so I'm looking forward to the celebration of life on Saturday. I have been told that there will be a block party on Angle Street, where they'll block off the street and allow a party to come out of that building. I do hope that there is some consideration of memorizing him in some tangible way, perhaps naming part of the youth center and the like, because of the impact that he did make in the lives of so many young Bermudians that came through that youth center as a place where they could go and seek advice, hang out for the summers, hang out after school, and have strong figures, and in this case, a strong black male figure that they can look up to, Mr. Speaker. And again, I see association. I did say associate the whole House. I did say associate the whole House with those condolences, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. MP Perman, would you like your 3 minutes?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My colleague, MP Richardson, just observed how in the regiment you never know someone's first name. Well, it's really not until you see the obituary that you might learn someone's middle name. And I stand today for Mr. Floyd Forth, Jr., whose middle name, as I did not know, was Eustace. No one called him Eustace. He was a prominent member of the One Bermuda Alliance. He was in our caucus. He was a regular attender. He drove taxi, and he was a charming man who was always friendly, always had a smile on his face, offered his opinions. Someone, I think I'm hearing, was that MP Swan, associate? Yes, MP Swan, I thought I heard. Yeah, indeed. I would just like to recognize him in his passing. As I was about to say, he always had a smile on his face. He always had an opinion, but he offered it lightly and jovially, and was a lovely, lovely man, and I know we will miss him, and I will associate MP Swan per his request. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Does any other member wish to make a contribution? MP King? You're a little slow there, man.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members of the Honourable House and the listening public. I wish to extend condolences to the family of Mr. Nathaniel Holder of East Point Lane, who passed earlier this month. And my thoughts and prayers are with the family at this difficult time. On a lighter note, Ralph Scott Jr., the young Bermudian basketball player, is graduating from high school, and in September will be going to the University of Tennessee to play college basketball and potentially have a future career in the NBA. So congratulations go out to Ralph Scott Jr. and his family. Thank you.
Thank you, MP. Minister, you jumped pretty quickly that time. You have your 3 minutes.
Morning.
Yeah. All right.
I'm learning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to raise and give nod and celebrate the occurrence of the Delta Days and the attendance of those who attended the gallery this morning, and also those who are present this afternoon. Noting and recognizing that I don't often wish or adorn or come to Parliament in red, but I do honor the work, the civic action that day in and day out they do by way of the Delta Jams initiatives that they have, by way of the pantry that they also have. So Delta Jams is around mentorship. The pantry gives funds to those who are in need. And so I do want to celebrate their efforts. Bermuda Delta Days at Parliament actually mirrors a U.S.-based Delta Days UN and Delta Days at the National's capital, which is in D.C. And so I wanted to honor their efforts to engage in both understanding the parliamentary procedure, parliamentary process, and also how us as parliamentarians conduct ourselves here in the House. And so I want to give credence to their efforts and give them a nod and shout out on today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister Weeks, you have your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon to you. I would like to start off by saying I'd like to be associated with the remarks for Harold Miners. I was one of those Pembroke youth that was raised around the Pembroke Youth Center. So I remember when Harold was there with the patriarch, Sammy Wilson. So Harold played a pivotal role in a lot of our lives when he was working at the Pembroke Youth Center. So my hearts and prayers goes out to his wife Carmen and his children. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to be associated with remarks for James Van Loo. I can't remember his regiment title, but along with the MP from C3, we all went to Berkeley together. We all were schoolmates. So what you guys saw as a man in the regiment, we had the pleasure of seeing him as a little teenager at Berkeley, and trust me, he didn't change. He he was that same person that you guys met in the regiment. That's who we knew as a fellow Berkeleyite. So my thoughts and prayers goes to his family from mine. And I like to, on a lighter note, like to be associated with remarks for Delta. I have the privilege of being married to one of the illustrious Delta Jams, I think they're called. And she's not a jam? Oh, no. So mine's a jam. Yeah. Let's be clear. Yeah. All right. So let me be clear, Mr. Speaker. Let me be clear. However, it may be mentioned other ways, but to me, she's a jam. All right. So having said that, I'll take my seat.
Hey, hey, I know you like peace in your house when you go here. Yes, there you go. Officers of Whip?
Thank you, and good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. On condolences, we've lost two cricketers, actually. I spent a lot of time playing cricket with them. One will be probably a shock to everyone, and that's Ken Pitcher, cup match player, who, just lost him. And I can remember, typically when they bring out different ball once lost, they bring out a selection for you to pick. And this time I was playing against Ken, and I was third bat up, and he was still opening, and he picked, well, let me just say this here, he clean bowled me, and I take pride in not getting clean bowled. You can catch me out. Come to find out, when we took a break, when we took a tick,
right ball.
He was using an illegal ball.
He knew how to get you.
The ball that you train with for swings is the ball that he was using, and nobody could figure out what was going on. But anyhow, to his family, and to his sister Darlene, condolences to the Pitcher family. He was very impactful in the arena of cricket. Yes. And so it's sad to see at such a young age that he's moved on. And I associated myself with Harold. I played a lot of cricket with Harold Minus coming along, and used to go to the center as well with him to play ping pong. Okay. I didn't know that he was a pretty good ping pong player, and so we East End guys used to come up. Oh, yeah. We used to come up and play against him a lot. But he was also, a funny story with him in cricket was he was opening bat. Strong as an ox, too. This guy was strong. But his motto was, you either get me or I'm going to get you. And it was all swing. There was no forward, I'm going to control this and contain this. It was swing. And when he hit you, it went from Devonshire to St. David's, the ball. So again, this is a great guy in the community that we've all had an opportunity to embrace and to be a part of. So it really is sad to the family. Condolences certainly go out, as the Honorable Minister already gave the whole House, to lose such community-centered people who made a difference in a lot of lives. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. I'm from one whip to the other whip. How's that? You messed him up. You can't even get your mic on now.
It's on now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for elevating me there. Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I haven't already been associated with some of the obituaries that I heard. I do want to say something little about three of them, having had connection with him in the past. The first one was Johnny Binns. Johnny Binns was actually one of my constituents. Johnny had a funny personality, if any of you knew him. And yes. When I have my, I'll associate you, Minister Raban. When I have my monthly clinics for Saturday and every month down at the Warwick Post Office, he would always come down. Always. If no one else came, I can always count on Johnny being there, and we would have a joyous 2 hours sitting there just chatting because he had stories. He had some real stories. So I really want to send my condolences to his family. The second one was Sergeant Van Lowe, who was actually in the regiment around the same time. Well, my son was in the regiment, supposed to be around the same time that he was, and that's how I got to meet him, because he always was telling me about things that my son did in the regiment, and I always found him to be a very, very gentleman. And I used to see him when he came to visit his family in my constituency. And the third one is Mr. Harold Minus. I have to say something about him. I lived right next door to the Pembroke Youth Center on Angle Street, and he was the first person that showed me table tennis skills. You can call it ping pong if you like, but it's table tennis. And I tried to emulate him, but there was no way that I could emulate him. But he was definitely a great male figure on the Angle Street area. All the guys who lived on Ewing Street, Princess Street, we all went to the youth center and came into contact with either him or Mr. Sammy Wilson, who's also passed as well. But on a more happier note, Mr. Speaker, we always hear bad things about young people here in Bermuda. I don't think enough of their good things are published or talked about. And I have three examples here that tells me that Bermuda is in safe hands. And I want to start off by sending congratulations to Mr. Jediah Cumbermack, who's the great nephew of one of my constituents. He is a power cycle rider, and he actually secured a podium spot in the British Superbike Championship of recent. So I just wanted to congratulate him. The next one I would like to congratulate is Anais Godfrey. He's the son of one of my constituents, Alaire and Andre Godfrey, on Warwick Lane. And he has graduated with a BA in music technology, but now wants to go on to, that can't be for me, Mr. Speaker. 3 minutes already?
Yes, sir.
Wow. Okay.
You got a big note in front of you.
Well, I'll finish up next week. Don't worry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to lead us first.
You must have.
MP Tucker, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I just would like to say I attended the SailGP event on Sunday, and I thought it was absolutely fantastic. So, again, thank you to all the organizers. It was great, good coverage for Bermuda. Second is I would like to congratulate everyone, every group, department, ministry that has been involved in the Youth Mental Health Week, which is this week, and today is the last day for that. Okay, I would like to associate Minister Owen Darrell, who's waving his green tie at me. He's worn in honor of Youth Mental Health Week this week. And I would associate everyone in the room. So, okay. So I am associating the whole House, Mr. Speaker.
All right.
The second, the two things that I want to mention in relation to Youth Mental Health Week is I had the opportunity to attend two events that they held. One was there was a debate that the young people had, and the motion, interestingly enough, was this House believes that a child's right to privacy when accessing health services outweighs a parent's right to be informed. The debate was absolutely awesome. And so it really highlighted the depth of study and a preparedness that our young people had to actually have this debate. It was hosted by DCFS, MIRAS, and led by the Department of Youth, Seniors, and Social Development, and in partnership with the Youth Mental Health Advisory Board. It was an excellent, excellent debate. I just want to quickly name off the participants. So the acting speaker for the debate was Christopher Jackson, Levi Masters. I may be mispronouncing these names, so if they ever hear this, please forgive me. Naron Mengar, Aiden Hendrick, Kylie Richards, Joy Amin, Dinette Davis, Amira Trump. And the two teams were the proposition and the opposition teams, which, as I said, the debate was really, really good. And then last night, I was able to attend a parent panel discussion on raising resilient teams that was hosted by Bermuda is Love at BUEI. And again, what that did was provide parents and caregivers with tools to help their teens that might be, dealing with some mental health challenges. So again, fantastic week of events, and congratulations to everyone involved. Thank you.
Thank you. MP DeCudo, would you like your 3 minutes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would like my 3 minutes. I would like to send good luck. We have a team of young sailors in the Bermuda Optimist Dinghy Association traveling to Halifax this weekend to take part in the North American Championships. So I hope that they don't get too cold up there and that they have a good experience and represent the island well. Well, it may be warmer there. The other thing is I tend to walk a lot on the eastern end of Reed Street, and some of you will probably notice there's been a lot of construction there on the sidewalk. And sometimes we can think that the sidewalk just, it just magically shows up, it just gets built. But if you sort of pay attention to it, you can see there's quite a lot of thought and detail that gets put into it, and quite a lot of craftsmanship. And I think it's important that we do, sometimes, Mr. Speaker, we always speak about the lofty topics here, but I did want to put a celebration and a thank you to the craftsmen and the workers of the City of Hamilton for the excellence that they bring to creating a piece of infrastructure that will probably be there for hopefully another 100 years, that many, many Bermudians, and many in this room I know enjoy the facilities in Hamilton, will be using without even thinking as they pass over it with their feet, the skills and the work that went into it. And I know we talk a lot in this House about labor shortages and da-da-da-da, but I just want to say, sometimes you just have to take some enjoyment in the little things that you see, or not so little things, and appreciate the work and care and skills that went into it, and I want to thank them for bringing those skills to the piece of infrastructure we'll use every day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Is there any other member? Minister Darrell, you have your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take the opportunity during my 3 minutes to congratulate one of Bermuda's premier filmmakers, and that is Mr. Milton Raposo of Method Media. And he has completed a documentary commissioned by the Department of Culture on Miss Ruth E. Thomas, MBE. I have had the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to have a sneak peek of this documentary, and I must say it is a touching tribute that will be premiered over the weekend, and it will be launched for the broader public to see next week. Obviously, a fitting time to do this, as we are in Heritage Month and we are in the lead next week to Bermuda Day. This is an incredible feat for Mr. Raposo, and it is one of those films that will continue to preserve our cultural traditions. And as we know, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say a little bit about, and not to give away, a little bit about Miss Ruth Thomas, MBE. She was known as a tireless warrior for culture. She was a Berkeleyite. I have to put that in there because she does say that the Berkeley was a school that had the greatest influence on the direction that her life would take. And Mrs. Thomas, cultural roots still run deep into our society. She was Bermuda's first cultural department head, and our current director of culture, Ms. Carlita Lodge, worked under Ms. Ruth Thomas as an apprentice, and she credits the current apprenticeship program that we have, cultural apprenticeship program, that we have, where many individuals have their cultural so we can preserve it, and getting that idea from Ms. Ruth Thomas. So as we lead up to our holiday, I want to once again congratulate Milton, and I want to say that everyone should view this film next week when it becomes available, because as we all know, Ms. Ruth Thomas worked for the culture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. MP Linda Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to extend condolences to the family of Earl Leader, who passed away this week after a long illness. Earl was known as, he's a great tennis player. He was the tennis pro at the Southampton Princess, and I've gotten to know him a lot over many years of playing tennis at the Southampton Princess. He would give me tips from time to time. They never really sunk in, and I was never particularly great. Associate the House? Yes, I will associate the House with that. But he always made me feel better about my tennis game than I deserved, for sure. And he was also a very talented musician, and he would play many times at the Southampton Princess and in other venues. A very talented, kind, genuine man, and he will be missed by many. Thank you.
Thank you. Does any other MP deal?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the members of this House and the listening audience, I'd like to first of all start by extending condolences to the family of Darlene Bascom Emery. I'd like to associate MP Kim Swan and MP Robin Tucker, as well as the Premier and MP Diallo Rebane, Minister Rebane. I'd like to say that Darlene, she was an amazing lady. She was a longtime lecturer at the Bermuda College in the Department of Business Studies, and she was also a charter member of the first and finest sorority, the Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, which I had the pleasure of joining with 23 other women to be charter members of that organization. She also, one of the things that she did just last year, Darlene, I have a member who happens to be in the long-term care unit in the hospital, and all of a sudden I started receiving emails, and there were all sorts of wonderful things happening, and I was wondering what was going on behind the scenes, and it was because Darlene had stepped forward. She'd become the secretary of the Patient's Family Council, and she had wonderful ideas, and up until the time she took sick in late February, she just gave excellent service to that department of the hospital, and we just thank her for her life and certainly give our condolences to her children and our love to them. Thank you very much. I'd also like to take this opportunity right now and give commendation to Reverend Cyril Simmons and his wife, Sister Regina Simmons, who led in the National Day of Prayer, which took place on May the 7th. And I will associate the entire House with that. We'd like to thank the members of the House that were a part of that initiative, because certainly the Bible tells us that blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. The day began with a proclamation from the Premier, which was read by the Speaker of the House, and we thank him for his presence there. And we certainly encourage all of us to commend them on the work that they've done, and let us continue as a community to pray without ceasing. Last but not least, I'd like to give commendation to the Community Restoration Group under the leadership of Ms. Bonrika Dick. Next time. Thank you.
Thank you. Does any other member wish to? Opposition Leader, you have your 3 minutes on the clock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to give condolences to the family of Charles Ambrose Johnson, known as Mickey Johnson. He passed away earlier this week. He was the oldest associate. MP Swan also associate the Minister of Sports, because he was the oldest living Olympian. He competed for Bermuda in 1952, and I want to send condolences to his family because I know that they're grieving at this time, but it's always important for us to make sure that we are giving the messages for somebody who had represented Bermuda on the highest stage. So condolences to the family. Thank you.
Yeah. Does any other member wish to make a contribution at this time? MP Simmons?
Very good time. Very good time. Look at that. Good afternoon, colleagues. How are you this afternoon? Mr. Speaker, I rise in this honorable House and ask that I be associated with comments that have already been made as it relates to the passing of, first of all, Mr. Floyd Forth. Floyd was a good friend of mine. Mr. Speaker, what does occur is that many times when individuals are associated with individual political parties, we tend to not want to be seen with them, or we try to limit the time that we spend with them. But Floyd enjoyed both sides of the political divide. He was unselfish in his view, and we appreciate him for the man that he was and for the way that he conducted his affairs. And so we are all the better for it, for him. And also, Mr. Speaker, I want to mention, I believe it's Mr. Manfred Fouquet, in his passing. More recently, I just want to speak to his family and let them know that we are thinking of them, that we care about them, and that we love them. The loss of a loved one is a serious matter, and it really helps when individuals support them in that effort. And I asked to be associated with another one that I did here, and I do believe we've already been put into the House. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons. Does any other member wish to make a contribution at this time? No. Premier?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to associate myself with condolences offered by the Honourable Member for Constituency number 28, the Junior Minister of Justice, to the late Linda May Hodgson, and of course the mother of one of my constituents, Mr. Lloyd Smith, the President of the Bermuda Cricket Board. I'd also like to associate myself, Mr. Speaker, with the condolences that were also offered to the family of the late Floyd Forth. Despite the fact that on clearly different political sides, a split mixed family, someone who I think the honourable member just took his seat was unselfish in sharing his particular views on any particular topic. Mr. Speaker, also on a sad note, I'd like to ask that a letter of condolence be sent to the family of the late Rudolph Edwin Lawrence. Yes. You don't know? Rudy? Yes, he passed. One of my constituents passed, I want to say, late last month. And he was, without question, a constituent who, for me, was very unselfish in giving me his views anytime when I went to go canvass his house. But he was a former cricketer, played an instrumental role coming out of Flats, but also on the Bermuda Cricket Board of Control, as it was known back at the time, serving as vice president, a former prison officer. And in addition to that, not only was he known for his sporting endeavors, but he also gave back to the young people of this community, and his connection in the founding of the NIRS program at the time when I think you were certainly minister and probably instrumental in those particular items, Mr. Speaker, is an important part of his legacy, and that program has helped many young Bermudians with direction, discipline, and go on a better path, and still, of course, Mr. Speaker, continues to this day. So I'd ask that a letter of condolence be sent to his family. He passed away in his 94th year. Now, Mr. Speaker, it falls to me, because I refuse to allow it not to be recognized, that I will make sure that I stand up in this honorable House. I'm not certain if it was done by the Minister of National Security, but I certainly would ask that a letter of congratulations be sent to a football team which resides in my constituency, known as the Western Star Sports Club, known as the Dandy Town Hornets, is the football team who have won yet another Premier League title.
Look like you're getting help from somebody to get
In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, I would like to also ask that a letter be sent to the North Village Community Club on their FA Cup victory one more time, of where I had to receive them. And finally, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Education, I wish to extend my congratulations to all of the Bermuda College graduates. I was pleased to attend the graduation ceremony yesterday, and it was lovely. Although they were inside because of showers of blessings, it was great to see so many young people, including, Mr. Speaker, if you could give me 10 more seconds, so many Bermudians who were part of the College Promise program, enabling them to ensure that they got their education at Bermuda College. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Does any other member wish to make a comment? None other? Before we move on, I want to do what's sort of out of the ordinary for me. I normally don't give condolences to people who are not amongst us in the island, but as you know, I sit on the executive for the CPA for the Caribbean region. And when I travel in those meetings, it's normally a group of secretariats who travel with us at the different meetings. One was a young lady and I always got her name. It's Maritza Dobson, 36 years old, a mother of 3, and was sitting in church 2 weeks ago and just died in church. Sudden, she had an aneurysm right during church. Our Parliament gave a recognition to her last week before they funeralized her at the end of the week. And because of what she's done in my role that I play, I just wanted to have our Parliament recognize her as well. It was extremely sudden. She leaves 3 young children, and I'm sure our hearts can feel a loss like that to her family. But she was sitting there with her family in church and had an aneurysm and died in church. So I'd just like to note it here that our Parliament has given recognition to her for the service that she's given to me in my role that I play on the executive. Thank you. Moving on, the next item on the order paper is the matters of privilege. There are none. Personal explanations. There are none. Notice of motions for the adjournment of the House on matters of urgent public importance. There are none. Introduction of bills. There is one on the order paper. We may have.
We may have one later today, Mr. Speaker.
I'm going to ask the House's indulgence. There's a second bill that we're trying to get on the order paper in May.
Bill? Still coming? Okay. It'll be for third reading, Mr. Speaker, if we can, after third reading today.
Okay.
But I'll do this one. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm introducing the following bill for its first reading so that it may be placed in the ordered paper for the next day of meeting. And this is the Public Service Superannuation Amendment Act 2026.
Thank you. There are no other bills. Notice of motions. There's a notice of a motion by the Premier as well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the third time, I shall read this motion to this honorable House and looking forward to the debate. Mr. Speaker, I give notice that I propose to move the following motion at the next day of meeting. That this honorable House take note of the report of the Commission of Inquiry into Historic Land Losses in Bermuda laid for the information this honorable House to assembly on the 10th of December, 2021.
Thank you. No other motions. We'll now move on to the main business of the day, so to speak. We now get to the orders of the day, and we have one order for the day that we dealt with today, and that is the second reading of the Single-Use Plastic Act 2026, and the name of the Minister of Public Works and Environment. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to open the debate on the bill entitled the Single-Use Plastics Act 2026. Mr. Speaker, allow me to begin not with legislation, but with a scene that many of us will recognize. Early one evening, just before sunset, I walked along one of our beaches with my daughter. The water was calm, the horizon was clear. It was the kind of evening that reminds you why Bermuda is one of the most beautiful places in the world. But as I looked closer, along the high water mark, mixed in with the seaweed were fragments of plastic, including bottle caps, broken pieces of containers, and small bits worn down by the ocean. And what struck me the most is that many of these pieces were not new. They had been here for some time, broken down, weathered, and reduced, but not gone, Mr. Speaker, because plastic does not disappear, and that is the challenge before us. Mr. Speaker, the scale of this issue cannot be ignored either. Every year, approximately 11 million tons of plastic enter our oceans. It's the equivalent of a garbage truck of plastic being dumped into the sea every single minute. It is also key to note that half of all plastics produced is used once and discarded, and less than 10% has ever been recycled. And here in Bermuda, we are not immune. Microplastics are accumulating on our beaches and throughout our marine ecosystem. Much of the plastic that reaches our shores originated somewhere else, yet we are the ones who must live with the consequences. As organizations like Beyond Plastics Bermuda have highlighted, this issue is not just about the environment. It is about our human health as well, as microplastics are now being found in our water, our food, and increasingly in our bodies. It is about our economy, as our tourism product depends on clean beaches and a healthy marine environment. And it is about our responsibility. As a small island in the middle of the Atlantic, already experiencing the effects of climate change, it is critical that we be the change we wish to see. Mr. Speaker, this bill is our response. Not a sudden or disruptive response, but a structured, responsible, and deliberate one. This bill does not impose an immediate blanket ban on all single-use plastics. Instead, it establishes the legal framework that allows Bermuda to transition away from the most harmful single-use plastics over time through consultation, evidence, and a phased approach. At its core, the bill provides the minister with the ability to prohibit specific single-use plastics by adding them to a schedule, but only where viable and cost-effective alternatives exist. It's important to note that this safeguard is fundamental. No item can be prohibited unless the government is satisfied that businesses and consumers have practical alternatives available, and even then, there are built-in timelines to allow for adjustment. Mr. Speaker, I am also aware that some may look at this bill and point to the empty schedule and suggest that it lacks substance, and so allow me to address that directly. The schedule is empty by design. This legislation is about putting the framework in place first, ensuring that when we act, we do so based on evidence, consultation, and real-world conditions. The Ministry of Public Works and Environment is fully aware that there has already been significant consultation over several years. That engagement has directly informed the structure and safeguards within this bill. The consultation that follows is not repetition, it is progression. Simply put, our prior consultation shaped the policy, and the upcoming consultation will shape the implementation. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear about the immediate plan going forward. Subject to the passage of this bill, the ministry intends to commence formal consultation within 60 days. That consultation is expected to run for approximately 8 to 12 weeks, after which the ministry will bring forward the first item or items to be added to the schedule. Now, Mr. Speaker, allow me to explain in practical terms how this will work. When the government proposes to prohibit a specific single-use plastic, a notice of intention must first be published. That notice will outline the item being considered, the proposed restriction, and the alternatives available. From that point, there is a minimum 6-month period where businesses, importers, and the public will have the opportunity to provide feedback, identify challenges, and suggest improvements. Only where viable and cost-effective alternatives exist can a prohibition order be made. Once that order is made, a further 6-month transition period begins. So in practical terms, Mr. Speaker, we are looking at least 12 months between notice and full implementation. This ensures clarity, fairness, and predictability. Mr. Speaker, I also want to take this opportunity to clarify a few things. The first is that this legislation is focused primarily on commercial activity. It regulates the importation, sale, and supply of single-use plastics, not personal use of single-use plastics. Items already in personal possession are not the target of enforcement. The bill also goes beyond importation. Once an item is prohibited, it cannot be imported, sold, or supplied commercially, ensuring it is removed from circulation. Mr. Speaker, decisions on what to prohibit will not be arbitrary. They will be guided by the Director of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, informed by consultation, and based on whether alternatives are both available and reasonably affordable. It is also important that the system remains flexible. If it is demonstrated that alternatives are not viable, there is a process to review and even remove items from the prohibited list. Mr. Speaker, this will be a phased approach. We will begin with items that are widely recognized as low impact and easily replaceable, and then move to more complex items over time, and we will support businesses through that transition. I am pleased to confirm that the Minister of Finance has agreed to provide customs duty relief on approved alternatives, helping to reduce costs. Details of this duty relief will be finalized through the upcoming consultation and made public before any items are prohibited. Mr. Speaker, I have also heard concerns over the quality of alternative options, and so I would like to take this opportunity to remind the public that the quality of alternative options are improving. There are now products made from plant-based or other materials that closely replicate the look, feel, and function of traditional plastics. The transition we are proposing today is more practical than ever before. Mr. Speaker, this is how responsible governments operate. We set the direction, we engage the stakeholders, we phase the implementation, and we support the transition. And so in closing, Mr. Speaker, I return to that evening on the beach. What I saw there was not the result of one moment, but the accumulation of countless small choices over time. Today, we begin to change that. Not all at once, but deliberately. Not disruptively, but responsibly. And not symbolically, but meaningfully. This bill lays the foundation for that change. And the responsibility before us is simple: to no longer just talk about it, but to act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Does any other member wish to make a contribution? MP Smith, Linda Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, the One Bermuda Alliance, the opposition, supports this bill, the concept of reducing and eliminating some single-use plastics over time. We believe that it's the responsible approach. And we also believe that obviously this needs to be balanced very carefully with what the consumer can afford versus the impact that some of these products are having on our shores. Bermuda's contribution to global plastic pollution is obviously inconsequential. But what is not inconsequential is, as a people, our responsibility to do the right thing. And moving in this direction is, in fact, the right thing. I think what we have to do is make sure that we don't get overly exuberant about, trying to make a name for ourselves. And there are people who would criticize this and say that single-use plastics as an initiative is really going after the low-hanging fruit, and that it is more for credit than for impact. You can agree with that or not. Our position is that this is an important initiative. We like the fact that there's going to be consultation. We like the fact that the bill includes the requirement for there to be a reasonable alternative to products that may be prohibited, and that they be cost effective. We do question what is the definition of cost effective, particularly in the environment in which we live, which is highly expensive and obviously very sensitive to affordability. So I think that obviously has to be a major consideration. As a small jurisdiction, Bermuda has always been pretty good about taking responsibility for our beautiful island and trying to keep it that way. And so since this was introduced back in 2018, I believe in the throne speech in 2018, people have, individuals and businesses, have both taken it upon themselves to try to improve what they use in terms of the quality of the products and trying to move away from plastics. And when you speak to some of those people, they say that even at this stage, there are some items that are very, very hard to resource or would be exceedingly expensive to replace, and they're concerned about that. There are a lot of limitations to what service providers feel that they can do. Obviously, the containers have to be see-through. Nobody wants to buy a salad or a sandwich or sushi that they can't see. So those are considerations. The other thing that people bring up is that while this is a good initiative, providing that there is the consultation and providing that there is the consideration and providing that there certainly is a lot of attention given to affordability and what this means in terms of not only affordability for the consumer, but the quality and the safety aspects of replacing containers with other items. But they're also questioning what other things could we be doing that might have more impact than something like the single-use plastics. Not necessarily in replacement of that, but as initiatives that would help to build upon Bermuda's desire to improve its marine environment and the marine environment globally and generally. And one of the things that continues to come up when you're in discussion with people is people mention the dump at the airport, and that if Bermuda and government really wanted to do something to improve the marine environment, that would be a great starting point. So that's part of the discussion. The other thing people would like to see is more initiatives with respect to recycling, and maybe initiatives that could look at recycling of some of the plastics that we see, and particularly maybe sending some of the plastics that we have, instead of putting them in the incinerating plant, to recycle them and send them back in some of the empty containers that go back weekly, as we know. And the other thing that people would like to see would be better waste management in terms of the collection of trash, and also requirements for proper containment for trash on the collection day, i.e., proper garbage cans with lids as opposed to bags, stacked up at the end of the sidewalk. So there are a number of initiatives people would like to see. They generally agree with this one. As I say, the question is, what is the definition of cost-effective, a cost-effective alternative? And what kind of percentages maybe are we talking about here? Are we talking about something that's 10% more expensive or 20% more expensive? How is that going to be defined? And then the other question was the issue of allowing businesses to run off their inventory for 6 months from the time of the prohibition, and the difficulty some might have because people buy in bulk, and if they are forced to destroy that inventory, obviously there'll be a cost associated with that. So we do support this bill, and we are glad to see it coming forward. We would like to see other things come forward to help support protecting our marine environment, and certainly a big piece of that is the dump and the management of the dump and waste management generally. So you have our support with this, and we look forward to seeing more initiatives to help protect our environment. Thank you.
Thank you, MP. Does any other member wish to make a contribution? MP Swan?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Go right ahead, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I am appreciative of our government bringing, and particularly the minister responsible for the environment, bringing forth these measures today. I hasten to say one thing is that in some of the countries that are doing exactly what the minister is doing is certainly trying to change the mindset that exists within the country as to how we handle these types of situations, particularly as it relates to recycling. I note that of all the countries that are moving towards adopting more measures in line with what we're doing, the United States, I don't believe, sits among them yet. Hopefully, as a small country punching above its weight in many areas, we can certainly have a more positive influence on them, because as we know, and as the minister stated, a lot of the pollution that one would see in the sea or in the ocean, as I'm reminded, you dip your foot in the Caribbean Sea, but Bermuda, you're dipping your foot in the ocean. A lot of that pollution is not generated from Bermuda. And if it's being generated from elsewhere, particularly as we sit in the very significant Sargasso Sea region, the influence of the Gulf Stream, much of that pollution is being transported to us from other areas, notwithstanding the significant amount of industrialization that takes place only 700 to 1,000 miles to our northwest, west, and southwest in the United States. So I believe we not only have a responsibility for ourselves, but also within our region, that being in the Caribbean as well, to speak with multiple voices on the impact of these types of pollutions. I note that persons like in China are looking even to move towards embracing a policy far more in keeping. So the influence that we could try to transport across the seas to our neighbors who are not acting in this way, I would encourage the minister to do that as well, because the impact on our community by the efforts of other persons who are our neighbors, Canada to the more north, the United States, particularly as I mentioned, and even the impact from the Caribbean is worth appreciating and considering, worth considering. So those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, MP. Does any other member wish to make a contribution? MP Pearman.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker.
Good afternoon.
I thank the Honourable Minister for bringing forward this bill, and I echo many of the comments made by my colleague, the Ottawa Shadow Minister, Linda Tucker, MP. I'm not sure if I was walking down the same beach as the Honourable Minister, but what did I say? Tucker. Oh, I'm so sorry. Robin Tucker, Linda Smith, my mistake. It's like MP Robinson not know if it's morning or afternoon. Well, there we go. I apologize. Mr. Mr. Speaker, I won't be long, but I do commend the minister for the bill. Mr. Speaker, the world is changing, and it could perhaps be said that we're all environmentalists today. That may not have been the case at some point in the time, although it's always been something close to my heart for a long time. But we are all environmentalists today, and certainly on an island such as ours, which is so unique and so specific and so small. And as MP Rebane just mentioned, Minister Rebane rather, we are directly impacted on this, even though, as MP Smith noted, we are not the ones contributing to this. We are just the victims of all of that gets dumped in the ocean and winds up on our shores. And whilst it is true that this legislation is not going to make a big impact in terms of our output, it is hopefully a clarion call that we are joining other nations in the world that have taken steps to do this. And I won't make that comment. I'll leave that for the minister to say when he gets on his feet. But indeed so. And as the minister noted in his statement to the House back on the 27th of March of this year, this is something that the OBA, the One Bermuda Alliance, has long been in support of. The minister said that what he is trying to achieve and what this government is trying to achieve is not a sudden or disruptive change, but a gradual change. And we certainly agree with that, not just in this particular bill, but generally, people are more willing to accept gradual change and incremental change. And I declare an interest because we did produce a bill and submit it to the government as part of the consultation process in 2021. And our bill, too, had this same mechanism, the idea being the gradual reduction and eventual elimination of single-use plastics, or at least those single-use plastics that are harmful. And so I hope it is not overly cheeky to say I'm glad to see that phased approach being maintained in the government bill. As to the empty schedule, the minister himself rightly recognized that there are some who might say it lacks substance. Certainly as we stand here today, I think that is a fair criticism. It does lack substance, but what the minister said, and I heard him and I listened, is that it will soon be filled. And we take that assertion at face value. From my part, I would have liked to perhaps seen certain things like plastic straws and plastic bags in that schedule now, because they are completely unnecessary, of no benefit to our island, easily removable, and quite clearly there are viable and cost-effective alternatives. So the sooner you populate Schedule 1, Minister, you have my support and blessing in that regard. But I'm grateful to see that the framework is now in place. As the Honourable Shadow Minister said, we support the bill. I do have a few points in the bill about the bill itself that I will address in committee, but they're just minor points that do not otherwise detract from Bermuda as a whole taking a great leap forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, MP. Does any other member wish to make a comment? Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and I thank all of the commenters that have gone before me. Mr. Speaker, every journey starts with the first step. And so when I look at this legislation, I don't see it as just one that is just banning plastic. It is about helping Bermuda understand and transition to a more modern, a more responsible and sustainable future. This bill creates a structured framework to help Bermuda transition away from single-use plastics. And this transition, as has been articulated and supported by the opposition, will be done in a measurable and practical way. It ensures that an adequate amount of consultation with business, environmental groups, and the wider public must be done before any changes are implemented. This legislation, Mr. Speaker, also acknowledges that this has to be a workable and sustainable solution. It cannot work if it's just forced down people's throats. This is why this bill goes so far to talk about how consultation will take place, transitional periods, consideration of viable alternatives, and mechanisms for appeal and review. This is how solid pieces of legislation and change can be achieved, Mr. Speaker. As a small island in the middle of the sea, we experience the impacts, and I thank MP Pierman for mentioning that it happens everywhere else, but it ends up here. We experience the impacts of waste, marine pollution, and climate pressures probably a little more than other countries would that don't sit in the middle of the ocean, and all this stuff just washes to us. So this legislation puts us alongside other jurisdictions in the world that are looking to create that difference, to be that beacon of light that says we will be part of helping to preserve our earth for future generations. This legislation also forces us to think about how these materials that we're talking about are used, how they're produced, and the impact that they will eventually have on the environment if not disposed of properly or eliminated altogether. As spoken by the minister responsible, Mr. Speaker, around the world we are seeing rapid growth in alternative materials to plastic. We're seeing sustainable packaging. For any of us who have ordered from Amazon, you'll see now it asks you, do you want the original packaging or do you want additional packaging wrapped around your products? And people are being much more cognizant of giving you those options. So we can see where this legislation can not only foster a better understanding of conservation for our country, but it does have an economic value as well, and causing people to think differently from an economic standpoint. And it also can encourage some entrepreneurs out there that may find some products that no one would even think about. And I want to thank the minister, because I was surprised to hear about the duty-free option, because I know this is something, and this really speaks to the ability to discuss, because I know this was discussed in another place, and one of the suggestions from that discussion was, why not offer duty-free for persons trying to import these these alternative products. So, Mr. Speaker, Bermuda can be, as small as we are, a global leader. We can lead the way. I haven't had an opportunity to look at what our sister islands to ourselves are doing in this area, but I can probably make a good assumption that we would be leading the way in moving towards this, if not joining some of them that may already be there. I know the technical officers here, and they'll be able to advise the minister of who's doing it. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill allows for our country to adapt over time, evolve based on evidence, based on consultation, and based on availability of practical alternatives. So rather than relying on a fixed list, and I fully understand what MP Pyramid was talking about, because I'm right there. Why not have straws on there? Because there are already alternatives that people are using. So to say that we're going to have consultation about straws but I get the point about having this consultation. If you're going to do it with one, let's do it with all, to ensure that this process is just fair across the board. So, Mr. Speaker, as I sum this up, this is an example of a responsive government. We are setting clear policy direction while allowing for flexibility, evidence, and public engagement. It is these careful, thoughtful views that will lead and shape the implementation of this legislation. Bermuda will be better off, and we will be a leader in this area, Mr. Speaker. And I am excited to see that this is something that we all in this House are willing to rally around and make our little island in the middle of the Atlantic more sustainable for the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Does any other member wish to make a contribution? Minister, Home Affairs.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. I too rise, having heard the discourse this afternoon and the discussion in support of this single-use plastics bill. And I do so from the perspective of, as an extension of the Ministry of Home Affairs work, from affordability, because we do recognize that change behaviors and consciousness regarding plastic and plastic use actually is another portion of the supply chain. When we talk about energy and electricity, the statistics show that roughly 99% of global plastics is actually manufactured from fossil fuel. And so the impact that it has on the cost of living, the cost of production, and though, as been already contributed in this House today, the Bermuda's total output is nominal when you think about the Paris Agreement and these other progressive targets around contribution and sustainability, but rather the ability to shift through the implementation of this bill conscious patterns and behaviors that also contribute to the wider cost of living and cost of production. I also note that the energy that contributes to both fertilization, farm, machinery, processing, packaging, as well as shipping, all adding to that final supply chain cost when we talk about affordability, reducing demand, reducing oil consumption, and also creating cleaner and more environmentally friendly communities. I know that my colleague did note to some of the regional integration of this exact same policy principles, and so I am pleased also as the minister responsible for CARICOM to note that Antigua and Jamaica, alongside Barbados and Trinidad, Dominica, and Bahamas have all made similar steps towards implementing single-use plastics bans and the transition away from this use, both at the business level, the commercial level, as well as the residential level. And so I see us as joining a policy and implementing a law and policy that is aligned to what we see other countries doing, and I think that it is a good step. I acknowledge the minister's phased approach and the intention to conduct consultation and essentially walk in step with the industry to ensure that things are comfortable both for them and also ultimately ensuring that the production and the pollution is decreased. But I am most thankful for the shift away from the bag use and the things that would oftentimes be so easy to use and easy to also reuse if we're able to get these sorts of items. And so the duty relief is something that is also noteworthy. And I think from an overall affordability perspective, this bill is a good one, and I do support it, both from a home affairs perspective to include alignment with our Caribbean brothers and sisters and their legislation and legislative efforts, as well as the total cost of living and affordability in Bermuda. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Does any other member wish to make a contribution at this time? None other? Minister Works, would you like to make your comment and then lead us to committee?
I shall, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. So first, I wanted to just simply acknowledge and thank all of my colleagues and members for their contribution to what I believe is a significant step in the right direction for the country. If I can have a few moments to address some of the questions that were raised. One of them was in reference to what other priority items can be undertaken to support the marine environment. And so the ministry understands the value of creating marine protected areas that protect the entire ecosystem in order to ensure the marine environment has greater resilience to the many impacts of climate change and potential pollution events. Other measures include enforcing the statutes associated with chemical pollution to the marine environment, such as the recent amendments that were made to the Water Resources Act in 1975. DANR has the responsibility of maintaining the equipment, training, and exercises of the National Oil Spill Contingency Plan, noting that the shipping that passes from the Gulf of Mexico to Europe creates extremely busy shipping lanes near Bermuda. Maintaining this marine response contingency is therefore very important. This responsibility and equipment is also used to respond to local spills, a responsibility that DANR shares with Marine and Ports and the Royal Bermuda Regiment Coast Guard. in relation to is there options for recycling plastic on island. Currently, waste plastic is disposed to the waste-to-energy facility at Tynes Bay that is used to convert heat energy into electrical energy that is used initially by the Tynes Bay facility and also the adjacent potable water reverse osmosis plant before any excess electricity is sent to Belco. And so, therefore, treatment of plastic in this way is, to some degree, a mechanism of recycling said plastic. What happens if businesses cannot use all inventory within the 6-month period? And so the process from the start of the consultation to the end of the transition period amounting to over a 12-month period. So it would be recommended that the importers adjust their importation amounts at the same time to ensure that they are not holding large amounts of stock. Danner will consult with the commercial businesses on this matter, but in accordance with the proposed bill, any inventory left after this period will need to be disposed. And finally, what is the definition of cost-effective in this context? And so, for alternatives to single-use plastics to be considered as cost-effective, these discussions will be had with the Customs Department to consider reducing the duty on such alternatives to ensure that any cost increase associated with the alternatives is reasonable compared to the proposed prohibited single-use plastic. Reasonable, of course, is subjective, but the government understands to focus on those alternatives that is the cheapest for all. And so, again, I believe those are the questions that were asked, but I do appreciate the comments that were contributed. As I said earlier, I will not be naive to think all things, but I would like to think that matters concerning the environment, most things can receive bipartisan support. And so I thank members. And so with that...
Move it to committee? Would you like to take it to committee now?
Yes. Good. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be committed.
Thank you. MP Famous, would you take the chair to take us into committee?
Good afternoon, members, and good afternoon to the listening public. Honorable members, we are now in Committee of the Whole for further consideration of the bill entitled Single-Use Plastics Act 2026. I call on the minister in charge to proceed. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, at your pleasure, I move that clauses 1 to 10. Pardon? I move that all clauses. Yes. I move all the clauses. Sorry.
Any members have any objection to it? No objections? Minister, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, I move that the preamble be approved.
All right.
Oh. Sorry. I don't think I have this. 1 second, Mr. 1 second, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Bipartisanship. I move Clause 1 provides the citation for the bill. Clause 2 provides the interpretation of terms used in the bill. Clause 3 provides that this bill provides for the prohibition of single-use plastics that are listed in Schedule 1. Clause 3 also provides the single-use plastics that the bill will not apply to, including single-use plastics that are supplied or used for medical, health, or personal hygiene purposes, and single-use plastics that are manufactured from biogenic materials, from approved biogenic materials. Clause 4 provides for the functions of the director. Clause 5 provides that the minister may make a prohibition order declaring which single-use plastics are prohibited from import, sale, or offer to sell, supply or offer to supply, or possession for supply or sale. Clause 5 also provides for the reassessment of the list of prohibited single-use plastics and the amendment to the prohibition order. Clause 6 provides for a notice of intention to be published in the Gazette when there is a proposal to prohibit a single-use plastic. The notice of intention is the beginning of the consultation process, which invites written representations from the public, business owners, and environmental groups. A prohibition order shall not come into effect until at least 6 months have elapsed since the publication of the notice of intention. Clause 7 provides that no person shall import, sell, or offer to sell, supply or offer to supply, or possess for supply or sale a prohibited single-use plastic. Clause 7 also makes it an offense for a person to do any of those activities outside of consultation or the transition period. Clause 8 provides for the removal of prohibited single-use plastics from Schedule 1. Clause 9 provides for the disposal of prohibited single-use plastics in general and the disposal of forfeited or seized prohibited single-use plastics. Clause 10 provides that a person can submit a written request to the director requesting the removal of a specified single-use plastic from the list of prohibited single-use plastics in Schedule 1, on the grounds that the person considers that there are no viable or cost-effective bio-based or other alternative items available for purchase in Bermuda or from overseas. The director shall make a decision within 6 weeks after receiving the request. Clause 11 provides the appeals process for a person who may want to appeal the decision of the director not to remove the specified prohibited single-use plastics from Schedule 1. Clause 12 enables the director or an authorized officer to enter and search premises with consent or under a warrant and inspect, seize, or detain any single-use plastics or documents where there is a reasonable cause to believe that an offense has been or is being committed. Clause 13 provides that where the director or an authorized officer has been refused entry, they can seek a warrant to enter and search the premises. Clause 14 provides for a written notice of seized items, other evidence seized, and stating that the single-use plastics may be forfeited to provide to the owner, occupier, or person in charge. Clause 15 provides that the owner, occupier, or person in charge of the business or specified place that the director or an authorized officer has entered into shall comply with the reasonable requirements for assistance made by the director or an authorized officer. Clause 16 provides the director with the power to impose civil penalties on any person for any contravention or failure to comply with the bill, any regulations or directions lawfully made. Clause 17 provides the procedure for imposing civil penalties. Clause 18 provides the appeals process for a person who may want to appeal the director's decision to impose a civil penalty. Clause 19 provides for offenses relating to obstruction of the director or an authorized officer, failure to comply, failing to give assistance or information, giving false information, purporting to act as an authorized officer, and disclosing to another person information obtained by an authorized officer where the disclosure is not made in the performance of his duty. Clause 20 gives the right to compensation where single-use plastics are seized or detained and the owner, if he is not convicted of an offense, suffers a loss as a result of the seizure. Clause 21 provides that the director shall issue guidance for the purposes of this bill. Clause 22 gives the minister regulation-making power. And finally, Clause 23 provides for commencement of the bill.
The minister has read his clauses. Does anyone wish to speak to it?
Mr. Chair.
Yes. Honorable Scott Pierman, C22, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of quick questions. I'll be guided by you, Mr. Chair. Would you like me to do them one at a time and take my seat, or ask all of them at the same time?
I would say ask them all at the same time.
Thank you very much.
Help your knees out.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My first question, Mr. Chair, is in relation to Clause 2 of the bill. That is the section providing for interpretation. It makes reference to regulations that may be made under the Act, and there's references to regulations mostly in Clause 4, but also elsewhere in the bill. And my question is, does the Honourable Minister, who anticipates that Schedule 1 will soon be populated, anticipate that the regulations will precede that or be contemporaneous with the Schedule 1 when produced? So that is my first question. My second question is similar to the one by my honourable colleague, the Shadow Minister, Linda Smith, not Tucker, which is at Clause 5, subsection 3, and this is where the minister shall not make a prohibition order in relation to a particular single-use plastic unless he, being the minister, is satisfied on the advice of the director, which is the director of DENR, that there are, quote, viable and cost-effective bio-based or other alternatives. And my question is this, and in the debate we heard about how that's a subjective view. We've heard from the minister that the discussions are undergoing about customs duty relief for such alternative available and cost-effective products. And so my question is this is my second question, for the purposes of the regulations when they are made, might the minister consider a cap, so that if the environmentally sensitive alternative is 3 times more, well, that would be too excessive. Might we have some sort of ratio cap to assist businesses in understanding? Because if it's only, incrementally more expensive, it presumably will be cost effective. That's my second question, Mr. Chair. And with your direction, I'll move on to my third. My third question relates to Clause 5, subsection 6. Which states any single-use plastic in Bermuda before the commencement date of a prohibition order prohibiting is not affected by the prohibition order if it is only being used for personal use. So there's a grandfather clause here. If someone already has something on island, it won't be affected by a prohibition. That makes perfectly good sense to me. If it's already here, what are we going to do? Have them destroy it? I mean, that doesn't make sense. But I would invite them, when considering the regulations, to clarify whether that really should be just limited to personal use or whether that could be personal or commercial use. Again, if I order a 5-year supply of garbage bags, much though I would prefer they are not in Bermuda and do not exist. But if I've ordered a 5-year supply of garbage bags as a business and in comes the prohibition and I've still got 4 years, some clarification around whether that would be grandfathered in on that one occasion or not. And if you don't like that idea, an alternative to the same point is instead of just having 6 months of notice under Clause 6.5, might it be better to give 12 months of notice so they make they reduce the cost of that stock and they clear that stock and they have a little bit of a longer period to get rid of it. And I say that as someone who would be delighted to see these things banned. Moving on, and I have two more, Mr. Chair. My next one, and I think this is my fourth question, is at Clause 12, and it is in relation to subsection 2 and subsection 3 of the bill. These are powers of entry and search and seizure, and I think it's very important that when the government or the state seeks to enter people's private premises, we are very clear, and the public is not misinformed in any way or misled as to what rights the government has of entry and what rights the government doesn't have absent a judicial warrant. And I would just point out that clauses 2, so this is clause 12, subsection 2, when read on its own, says this: the director or an authorized agent may proceed to enter and search premises under this section where there is a reasonable cause to believe that an offense has been or is being committed under this act. So just read in isolation, that subsection seems to give a power of entry not regulated by the court. Clearly, the bill goes on to regulate it by the court. My suggestion is merely this: if subsection 2 and subsection 3 were just combined into one subsection, it would be very clear that that is a tempered right of access, and nobody would be misled. And, Mr. Chair, my final question to the Honourable Minister is in relation to Clause 16 of the bill. This is the power to impose civil penalties. I note that in the bill that we had drafted, we were looking at something slightly more with more teeth, at $10,000. I commend the minister for taking a staggered approach. That makes sense. But when we get to Clause 16.2c, which is the third or subsequent violation by the same entity, I do wonder and respectfully would invite the minister to take it under advisement as to whether, when this bill heads to the Senate, something slightly higher might be done for a serial offender. I think, once you've got 3 strikes, you really should be out. And that seems like a little bit of a wrist slap to someone who has been told once, been told twice, and is now being told a third time. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for those questions.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to these clauses? Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And certainly want to thank the honourable member for his contribution. In relation to Clause 2, the member asked, does the minister anticipate that the regulations will be made prior to a listing? And regulations will be made as and when needed to support that act, or this act, the upcoming act. Would the minister consider a cap in relation to cost of alternative items? If the alternative single-use plastics becomes a lot more expensive over time after that prohibition was first implemented, then there is a mechanism within that that would allow for those said items to be removed from the schedule. So, yes, I think the idea is that if we do find it, or those prices to be unreasonable, there is also a mechanism for it to be removed. Could sections 12.2 and 3 be combined? I think this is a matter of drafting style. The whole provision to be read as a whole, the comment, but certainly something, without making any promises, something that we can take under advisement to look at and consider. And so with that, Mr. Chair, I move that the preamble be approved. Oh, sorry, I have to move that clauses 1 to all the clauses be approved.
It has been moved that the clauses be approved. Is there any objection to that motion? No. Objection agreed to. No objection agreed to.
Mr. Chair, I move that the preamble be approved.
You got to move your schedules.
What do I have?
Schedule, either way, you got to move them.
I move that schedules. I have one.
For the benefit of the listening audience, we are now in Committee of the Whole for further consideration of the bill entitled Single-Use Plastics Act 2026.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that Schedules 1 and 2 be approved.
It has been moved that Schedules 1 and Schedule 2 be approved. Are there any objections to that motion? No objections. Continue.
Here we go. I move that the preamble be approved.
It has been moved that the preamble be approved. Are there any objections to that motion? No objection. Agreed to.
I move that the bill be reported to the House as printed.
It has been moved that the bill be reported to the House as printed. Is there any objection to that motion? No objection. Agreed to. The bill will be reported to the House as printed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Members, are there any objection to the bill entitled the Single-Use Plastics Act 2026 being reported to the House as printed? There are none. The bill has been reported as printed. That brings us to a close of the matters that was on the order paper. We'll now do, but before we do we'll do the third reading, and then we'll have the Premier introduce the other matter that we will have come earlier today, so I'll seek your indulgence at that time. Minister, would you like to do your third reading?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that Standing Order 21 be suspended to enable me to move the bill entitled Single-Use Plastics Act 2026 be now read the third time by its title only.
Are there any objections? There are none. Continue.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a third time by its title only and passed.
The bill has been read a third time by title only and is now passed. Now, members, I'd like to seek your indulgence to allow the Premier to introduce another bill that will be on the order paper for our next sitting. Any objections? There are none. Premier?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that Standing Order 14 be suspended to enable me to introduce supplementary estimates to the Honorable House.
Yes, continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to the powers conferred by Section 96 of the Constitution, I have the honor to attach, submit for the consideration of the Honorable House Assembly, Supplementary Estimate Number 2 for financial year 2023-24, and the Supplementary Estimate Number 2 for financial year 2024-25.
Yep. Members, that will now be added to the items to be on the order paper for the next sitting. Premier.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move this Honorable House to now adjourn until Friday, the 29th of May at 10 a.m. And I'm informed that someone on my side wishes to speak.
Does any member wish to speak to that? MP Richardson? No. Okay, yes. You have the floor, MP Richardson. You've got your 20 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise this evening or this afternoon. We're breaking kind of we're getting through the work.
Take us to the evening. We just want to stay in the afternoon.
Yeah, well, I know. Mr. Speaker, I am in 100% agreement. And we'll see how the House reacts. Mr. Speaker, I intend to bring up a matter which I feel that we are remiss in discussing because our wider community is discussing it, and it is the state of our road traffic behaviors and deaths. Mr. Speaker, it goes without saying that our roads have reached the point of barely being governed. We have currently the chief inspector, a former officer in charge of roads policing, has gone on the record saying we have upwards of 6 to 12 road traffic collisions per day. I repeat that, 6 to 12 road traffic collisions per day. We have mortality on our roads on a regular basis. And when it's not a mortality, it is a life-changing injury. As it stands right now, Mr. Speaker, our community is discussing just how bad it is, and every time any one of us drives on these roads, we can see it. It is blatant, it is clear that there are a significant group of drivers who have absolutely no interest in the safety and welfare of the users of our roads. Mr. Speaker, recently I was on my way from town to St. George's on my scooter, and I think I was one of maybe 5 scooter riders that whole time who actually were in traffic. Every other scooter rider I saw was on the other side of the road, whether or not there was any traffic coming. Mr. Speaker, I was on Trimmingham Hill, heading south toward Trimmingham Hill roundabout south, and a car overtook 3 cars going up that hill, and you cannot see over that hill. Mr. Speaker, at this point, I'm not sure what is happening. How are we going to fix this? Because our people are dying on these roads. Everyone knows to keep their hands in the car. Everyone knows that you have no idea where the scooter's going to come from next. At this point, it's just the Mad Max of Thunderdome out there. And at some point, someone's got to do something about these roads and this road behavior. And Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is that our community knows this, and yet we're not discussing it. This is a problem, Mr. Speaker, because we are sent here to do the people's business, and the people are dying on the roads, and therefore we should do something about it. Mr. Speaker, we have tiptoed around this situation with half statements and semi-obligations now for the better part of 3 to 4 years, and every time it ends in the same status quo. It's the same way on those roads. At this point, I'm not sure if we even bother with stop signs and stop lights because I don't see anybody stopping. Mr. Speaker, it is dangerous out there, and we need to get to grips with this right now. Mr. Speaker, we have heard all about speed cameras, and we have heard why they can't be here and how much it's a complication and the legal process and the constitutional aspects, and on the excuses go. And the simple fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, this
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order.
The honourable member has seen the House. There has not been any excuses made on matters related to speed cameras. The honourable member will know that the honourable minister has given statements on this. It has been included in the budget. It was debated during the budget debate, and there's legislation expected to come, and it was part of the government's throne speech initiative. So I do not believe it's accurate for the honourable member to say that there's been excuses and reasons why it hasn't been implemented, because those have certainly not come from this government.
Premier's raised a point. It has been mentioned in many statements.
Yes, that's exactly my point, Mr. Speaker. It has been mentioned in many statements, but I don't believe in intentions, I believe in outcomes. And I don't see a functioning speed camera. So let's get on top of that.
Mr. Speaker, a point of order. The speed camera system will be up and running in September. There are some speed cameras now being tested on our roads as we speak. And please, let's not politicize this here, because speed cameras are not going to stop what you're talking about.
Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member, I raise a point of order that the honourable member was misleading the House. The honourable member said that excuses were being made as the reasons why they're not being introduced. If the honourable member cannot state under what justification he has that, he must withdraw. That is factually incorrect, as the throne speech and the budget and others have committed to the path, and we said the path we're laying out, and the honourable member has just said that there are speed cameras that are currently being tested on the roads as we speak.
What the government is trying to point out here is that they laid out a plan, and they're working to that plan now. No, the cameras aren't fully operational at this moment, but the plan was always that it's being staged in, and it wasn't targeted to be functional now, but it was targeted to be functional at a period of time that they're working towards.
What I'm saying is, he said, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member said that excuses are being made for why they cannot be implemented. And what I'm saying is that is factually inaccurate, because there's been no excuses that have been made from this side on why these things can't be done. And I'm saying he has to withdraw that part. He's fine to talk about what it is, because we agree on this matter, but he's saying that excuses are being made, and that is not factually correct.
The point that's being made on the point of order is that there haven't been excuses. There's been a plan that's being executed. And the plan did not say they would have been done yesterday or some time back. The plan is moving towards the date that was the objective that was already put out there. So there hasn't been an excuse why it's not been done. There's a plan that's being worked towards. So it would be an excuse if I had said they're going to be done yesterday or 6 months ago, and I'm not completed, and I'm still now making excuses why it wasn't done. But there was no date set like that. It was a plan that it's being implemented, and these are the steps that are being done. So they'll be working towards that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was not my intention to speak on, and I'm gonna keep going.
But basically, the piece of making excuses is what's being asked to redress, because there haven't been excuses, because they just haven't. They're still working towards the plan.
Mr. Speaker, I stand to be guided always by your rulings, and I will move on, because the road traffic accidents in Bermuda and the behavior in Bermuda will not be fixed alone by speed cameras. That was one of 4 points, so I'm glad that I was able to get the government to respond, and let's see how they do on the other 3 points of this argument. Mr. Speaker, equally, another solution that we need to bring forward as quickly as possible is updating the law enforcement mechanisms for the issuing of citations for misconduct on our roads. We currently are using a paper-based system that has been in use. I left the police in 2008. It's the same system. And the system that I was raised on, my instructors told me started in the 80s. So effectively, we're in 2026, and the problem with this, Mr. Speaker, is because it takes so very long to write a ticket, because you have to fill out so much content on that ticket, and because you then have to go back to the station, which means leaving your patrol route to put that data in the system, this takes a ridiculous amount of time, Mr. Speaker. So every time that someone has to be issued a citation and summons to court to deal with the road traffic behavior, it goes through a process that effectively takes the police officer out of the policing for that day. It is a lengthy process, laborious and inefficient. And as it stands right now, we know we need more cops on the streets. So that's another example of what we can do. And I have no idea why we can't modernize this, because if we're going to be a digital on-chain economy, if we're going to be the world center for reinsurance, if we're going to be all of these things publicly to the world, then surely we can do better than this. Further, Mr. Speaker, I would speak to the court processes for dealing with those tickets and summonses, because as it stands right now, every single traffic offense has to go before the courts. And we've all been to magistrate's court in the morning, or plea court, and you just spend all that time there just waiting in line while people come up with excuses after excuses for all of the traffic offenses. And we just can't get this bad behavior under control. There's 2 processes that we're talking about here, not just the plea court process. In a modern jurisdiction, what we would have is an automated process where if a ticket was issued, it would be easy to issue, first of all. And if it was issued, it'd be easy to pay. And that means we would get more tickets, more discipline on our roads by our law enforcement. We would, in fact, be reinforcing them and making their jobs easier and making our roads safer. Further, Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleague, the Shadow Attorney General, is made the point about the coroner's office and how that process has gone to consultation, and he's very happy to contribute to that because the coroner's process is just as key. You see, Mr. Speaker, we operate a system of laws, not one law. So it's not just the Road Traffic Act or the Motor Car Act. It's not just the one ticket. It's the entire system that has to tie together to enable us to get a grip of these roads. And these are not glamorous, they're not fancy, but they're necessary because we can see right now having such outdated processes and systems means effectively that our roads are getting worse and worse by the day. Mr. Speaker, further and finally, I would add that the infrastructure situation, which the government has spoken about ad nauseum, but the simple fact of the matter is road traffic accidents are occurring due to road obstacles like potholes. And right now, given that it's so difficult for the coroner to reach a conclusion, we're not able to get the statistics relating to how many mortalities or fatalities or injuries are related to that. So effectively, Mr. Speaker, the reason why our roads are out of control is because we have not kept up to date with all of the things that we need to. It is a total system, and if we take the whole thing together and we address it, then the roads get under control. As it stands right now, we're losing more and more people are getting injured, our roads are getting less safe, and it's time for serious action. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Minister Darrell?
Thank you,
Would you like your 20 minutes?
Yes, I would, Mr. Speaker. I definitely will not be taking 20 minutes, but
Thank you.
I think as the minister responsible for transport, it is prudent of me to get up and respond to the speech of which was just given from my honorable colleague from the other side. And I want to just highlight the work that is being done by the Road Safety Council. We know we do have a former chair of the Road Safety Council who is in here in this House, Mr. Speaker, who was recognized actually last week during Road Safety Week, Dennis Lister III, the Junior Minister for Justice. And before I get into responding to all of the things that could be done better, I'd like to highlight that last week or 2 weeks ago, was Road Safety Week, May 3rd to 9th. And we started the conversation loudly about Operation Action. And we talked about changing minds and changing behaviors. In the middle of Road Safety Week, Mr. Speaker, there was a road safety demonstration on the steps of City Hall, which was attended by the Mayor of Hamilton, myself, the King Edward Memorial Hospital emergency doctor, the Acting Commissioner of Police, All Shores Insurance, the Chairman of the Road Safety Council, as well as the Chairman of CARTA. And while I'm not going to sit here and attack anything that the member from the other side said, I would like to say this, that the work that these individuals are doing to try to encourage our public to change behaviors cannot be classified as half speeches. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that it is a full complement of members that have been appointed by myself, the minister responsible for transport, that take time out of their schedules every week, Wednesdays to be exact, to meet and strategize. How can they spread the message to the public that changing mindsets and changing behaviors will go further than any legislation that this government will put in place and has put in place for the behaviors on the road? People need to change their behaviors. Yes, there are road obstacles. There are actions that this government is looking to change, and that's for some of my other colleagues to speak about. But some of the number one reasons why we see some of the behaviors happening on these roads is because of distracted drivers as well as intoxicated drivers, Mr. Speaker. intoxicated drivers and intoxicated driving is at some of the highest levels that we have seen. And it's unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, but because we do respect the privacy and we are very cautious of the families that may be grieving in certain times around certain instances, the full scope of what intoxicated driving is doing to individuals, unfortunately, is not spoken. But I would ask the member from the other side to go back and listen to the full speech that was given by the emergency room doctor at the Road Safety Council about a week ago. She was able to give full stats as to how many intoxicated drivers and others are coming through the emergency room. And she even went further to talk about what the strain of some of these accidents are doing for some of the other individuals in the hospital who may need care. So while I know it may not have been the intent, Mr. Speaker, of the member from the other side to throw shots, I will go back and say that I am very proud of the work that the Road Safety Council is doing. And you will see some plans that will be rolled out very, very shortly to try to get to the hearts of individuals for them to encourage their family members, their friends, to change their mindset. Mr. Speaker, I was grateful to see you at the event last week that the Road Safety Council put on to honor some of the individuals of past who have put great time, great effort, great sacrifice into trying to bring about change on Bermuda's roads. We had firefighters there. Mr. Speaker, I don't have to go into detail as to the emotional strain that is on the first responders that have to show up to some of these scenes. Police officers were there as well. Mr. Speaker, we had the former chairs of the Road Safety Council, including Dr. Joseph Francione, who has, as you know, significant experience as an emergency room physician. We also had past chairs of the Road Safety Council. So, Mr. Speaker, while I do agree that this is a very important topic, and it is an important topic that we must pay attention to more, outside of the legislation that will come, and outside of the speed cameras, and outside of the changes to certain acts, the behaviors must change first and foremost, Mr. Speaker, with individuals' mindsets. So once again, before I take my seat, I will say thank you to the members of the Road Safety Council, which includes members of the Junior Road Safety Council. Say thank you to the past members and past chairs of the Road Safety Council, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say thank you for the 4 new members on the Road Safety Council that have stepped up to give their expertise as to what can be done, from the youngest of individuals that go to school to the adults that use the roads every day and will call themselves experienced road users. Because I was surprised, Mr. Speaker, when we put out these expressions of interest for different boards, the amounts of expressions of interest that come for people to say, I believe I can make a difference. So, Mr. Speaker, while I do not disagree with the honorable member from the other side bringing this to our attention, I must again reiterate that there are individuals in this community that care very deeply about what is happening on these roads, and they are putting some significant time and effort into coming up with further strategies, further examples to give to government as to how we can possibly change some of the mindsets. And it starts at home, and it starts with individuals and their own behaviors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. MP Linda Smith, would you like to make a contribution at this time?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Go right ahead.
I actually attended some of the Road Safety Council presentation on the steps of City Hall. I didn't know it was on, but I happened to be in town, and it caught my attention, so I sat down and took in what was left of it, and I did hear the comments from the emergency room doctor and some others, and it was a great event that they had. But what we have is a problem that is really systemic, and it needs a multifaceted approach to coming to a better place. And one area that, and certainly changing mindsets is an important part of this. Education is an important part of this. People feeling a responsibility for each other and a sense of courtesy and all of those things. But those happen over time, and they're not going to happen fast enough to save the number of people who, are going to die in the weeks and months ahead because of the carnage that we see on our roads. I remember years ago when people used to talk about what behavior on the roads was much better. People were concerned about being caught, taken off the road, losing their license for a period of time, and all of the inconvenience that went with that. You don't hear anybody talking about that anymore, and you don't seem to see people who really kind of feel like there's much of a consequence to misbehaving on the road. It used to be that, people respected the fact that even if you didn't respect the other people on the road, you didn't want to lose your license, and you didn't want the inconvenience for you and your family. You didn't want the cost. You'd also see a lot more police officers on the road, and certainly just the visual of seeing police officers on the road, you can see the traffic starting to slow down. People start paying attention. Nobody wants to get caught. But if there's nobody around and nobody's going to get caught, and over a period of time, stop signs become invisible. Road markings mean nothing. Driving down the middle of the road has just become commonplace. And there's nothing to kind of trigger your memory that maybe, or trigger your mindset that maybe what I'm doing is careless and dangerous and I could cause a lot of harm with my behavior. There's just nothing out there to remind you of that. And I think we need to see a lot more of that. We need to see some enforcement, a lot more enforcement, so that people are going to court and these things are being adjudicated quickly and efficiently. People are feeling the pain of bad driving and bad driving habits. People are getting retrained as to how to develop maybe better driving habits. It does have to be a systemic approach to this. And the other thing is, it's not just the driving, because the people who get seriously injured during those 6 to 12 accidents that happen, I mean, we all gasp when we hear the ambulances going and the police cars, because we think, oh, I hope it's not something horrible. And invariably, it is something pretty awful. And it's the cost of those people being in the hospital. It's the problem with the beds and the overcrowding and how everybody else who's in the emergency room gets dealt with because of this trauma that has come in. So it goes down the line, and it increases the cost of our insurance. The people who are involved in these accidents, many of them have life-changing, debilitating leftover effects from this, so it makes them less productive than they would have been. It makes their life less, happy and healthy and livable than it otherwise would have been. These are life-changing events, and they're also life-changing for the people who are waiting for a bed in the hospital, who are also having life-changing events, but can't be dealt with because of the trauma that has just come in the door. And so, I think we just need to look at this, across the board from so many areas and tackle it from a number of directions, so that we're getting better behavior, we're getting better enforcement, we're getting better penalties, we're getting better results. And that will help the hospital, and it will certainly help, just trying to maintain what we have. And so I would like to see that, and I would like to see maybe some strategic overall policy or program or something that incorporates all of these elements, because it's not a single problem, it's not a single issue, it's a multifaceted issue that needs a multifaceted approach. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, MP. Minister, would you like to make a contribution at this time?
Yes, good afternoon.
All right, ahead, Minister.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just 2 weeks ago, I had the opportunity to greet His Majesty King Charles III on Trunk Island and accompany him on a boat ride to the Bermuda Aquarium Museum and Zoo as we commemorated the institution's 100th anniversary. It was in those brief moments we shared our deep passion for the environment, and in particular, the protection of our oceans. Mr. Speaker, whatever one's personal views may be regarding the institution of monarchy, the history of colonization, or the role of the British Crown in our region, it is not every day that one gets the opportunity to have an audience with a reigning king. It was undoubtedly a historic occasion, and one that I will personally remember for years to come. However, Mr. Speaker, throughout that visit, I repeatedly heard it stated on various forums that King Charles III was the first reigning king to visit Bermuda. And so today, I rise simply and respectfully to correct the record. Because while His Majesty was the first reigning British king to visit Bermuda, he was not, and I repeat, he was not the first reigning king to visit our shores. That distinction, Mr. Speaker, belongs to His Imperial Majesty, Emperor Haile Selassie I of Ethiopia, one of the most consequential African leaders of the 20th century, who visited Bermuda not once, but twice during his reign. Mr. Speaker, before speaking specifically about those two visits, I think it is important to understand who Haile Selassie was and why his presence in Bermuda carries such significance, particularly for Black Bermudians in the 1960s. Mr. Speaker, Haile Selassie I was crowned Emperor of Ethiopia in November 2nd of 1930 at St. George's Cathedral in Addis Ababa. His coronation was watched around the world and marked as one of the most significant royal ceremonies of the modern era. Now, during that coronation, he assumed many titles, including King of Kings, the elect of God, and perhaps most notably, the conquering lion of the tribe of Judah. And Mr. Speaker, there was another important detail about that coronation that often goes overlooked. You see, traditionally at that time, within Ethiopian custom, the empress would be crowned 30 days later than the emperor. But Haile Selassie insisted that he and Empress Amenenai be crowned together on the very same day. This was viewed as many as a profound statement of partnership and shared responsibility between husband and wife. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to add a bit more context because by the time Emperor Haile Selassie first arrived in Bermuda, he was already globally respected. He had become internationally admired for resisting fascist Italy in the 1930s and for standing before the League of Nations to warn the world of the dangers of fascism. In 1936, he was recognized as Time magazine's Man of the Year. Mr. Speaker, with that being an ever so brief history into the life of the emperor, we note that Haile Selassie's first visit to Bermuda in October of 1963 came at the end of a 7-day ceremonial visit to the United States, where he addressed the United Nations and later met with President Kennedy. Now, I need this to be noted, that he came to Bermuda after addressing the United Nations. Why? Because it was at that General Assembly he boldly delivered a speech, and within that speech he let the world know that until the philosophy which holds one race superior and another inferior is finally and permanently discredited and abandoned, that until there are no longer first-class or second-class citizens of any nation, that until the color of a man's skin is of no more significance than the color of his eyes, that until the basic human rights are equally guaranteed to all without regard to race, that until that day, the dream of lasting peace and world citizenship and the rule of internationally morality will remain but a fleeting illusion to be pursued but never attained. Mr. Speaker, I'm just quoting the King of Kings. Mr. Speaker, the Emperor stopped in Bermuda for a one-day visit in 1963. Yet despite its brevity, the visit left a lasting impression on this country. Upon arriving at King Kindley Air Force Base, the Emperor's first official act was to plant a tree at Government House as a living memorial to his visit. He was then taken on a sightseeing tour that included Gibbs Hill Lighthouse. And that evening, the Emperor attended a dinner with local dignitaries before departing Bermuda the following day. But, Mr. Speaker, perhaps one of the most meaningful details came months later, when the Emperor wrote directly to Bermuda's governor at that time, expressing his gratitude for the welcome that he had received. And in that letter, Mr. Speaker, the Emperor wrote that the warm and heartfelt reception accorded us by Your Excellency and the people of Bermuda during our stopover in your beautiful country is still a vivid memory. We shall always treasure and long remember the visit. Mr. Speaker, to many, the affirmation of those words was demonstrated when just 4 years later, in 1967, Emperor Haile Selassie returned to Bermuda while traveling to North America and the Montreal Expo in 1967. Now, this second visit was larger in scale and drew enormous public attention. The Emperor traveled with an entourage of dignitaries, journalists, musicians, and dancers. He was met by the full guard of honor from the Bermuda Regiment and the Bermuda Regiment Band, while hundreds gathered for a reception at Government House hosted by the then governor. And Mr. Speaker, the historical significance of these visits extended beyond diplomacy or ceremony. For many Black Bermudians in the 1960s, Haile Selassie represented something powerful and deeply affirming. To witness a black African emperor, a sovereign leader respected across the world, arriving in Bermuda with dignity, prestige, and global influence had a profound psychological and cultural impact. And so, Mr. Speaker, I rise today not to diminish the significance of King Charles III's visit, nor to make any broader political statement about the monarchy itself. I will leave that for another time and another day. Rather, I rise because history matters. Facts matter. And when we speak about firsts, particularly within the context of Black history, African history, Bermudian history, we have a responsibility to ensure the record is accurate. Emperor Haile Selassie I was a reigning monarch. He visited Bermuda in 1963 and again in 1967. And therefore, respectfully, King Charles III was not the first reigning king to visit Bermuda. Mr. Speaker, sometimes the correction of history may seem like a small thing, but preserving truth is an important responsibility of this honorable House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Much has been said, and there's much that we can agree upon in terms of where we need to go as a country to make sure that we are all prosperous, especially the vulnerable and the underserved. The question I have is, were Emperor Haile Selassie to be alive today, what would he say about the state of affairs that currently exists in Bermuda since his last visit on this island? What would he say about the state of our educational system? What would he say about the number of young Black Bermudians who are getting killed needlessly due to violence and lack of opportunity, overrepresented in prisons, underrepresented in the employment market, overrepresented in terms of persons requiring services for mental health and other because of the traumas that they are suffering because of the circumstances that we are now in, since we have a government of the people, for the people, who look like the people who were suffering and oppressed. What would he say now about how we are treating those same people when we are in a position of great responsibility to do something meaningful? We talk about what needs to be done, and we are all in agreement on both sides of the House. And it's about the execution of the shared vision and mission to make lives better for all of us, especially the underserved and those in need. So when we were talking about road traffic deaths and specific things that needed to be done to prevent needless death of young persons in this community, it suggests that a back to basics approach is what is required. We knew, those of us who are 55 and older, I guess it's still quite a few people in here, 65 kilometers and over, you were off the road. It wasn't about points. Now when you go to the court, the magistrate has to go ahead and break out a calculator, figure how many points it takes to be over so that you can't drive, but let's go ahead and let you drive your construction vehicle, which weighs 4 times as much as the bike when you were riding whilst disqualified. And we gave you time to pay for 4 years, and you didn't. We didn't confiscate your bike. We took our time, or it appeared that we took our time to bring you before the court to pay your fees owed to the people of this country. Our approach to enforcement is actually our approach to enabling the very behaviors that we are trying to change. When we ride on the roads, bikes and cars, how often do you see a police car? When you get into an accident and somebody has not been hurt, they will drive past. Let you sort it out yourself. Hopefully the person whom you get in an accident with is honest and the license and everything's up to date, but you're not going to know that. And then when you, on occasion, do call the police who are engaged in other activities and are stretched thin because of the nature of the work, problems are caused, delays are caused, justice is denied. The point is, we have to do things differently. We have to recognize that if we hold the sanctity of life as one of the primary and critical areas of need that we must protect, we must do things differently. Speed cameras, absolutely. But I would hope that we would have a traffic squad like we used to before, RoboCop and Boxhead, for those of you who used to ride, they were there. You knew if you were speeding, you were going to get caught, and I did. Yeah, and Painter. You knew you were going to be held accountable. You were going to go to court, and you were going to have to pay some money, and chances are you're going to come off the road. When we're talking about enforcement, we are talking about a presence in the community to address the necessary behaviors that need to change. Parish constables used to be regularly a part of the community, not for law and order, but to be responsive to the needs of the community, to help connect persons in need and persons who are having adverse childhood experiences to mentorship and other programs so that there was not an escalation in the very behaviors that we're trying to change. A community holistic approach. When we used to have a wandering abroad, which was an offense on the book, and then we, rightfully so, according to human rights, said that being homeless is not a crime, we didn't put any meaningful measures in place to, we're not pointing fingers here, what we're talking about is how we approach the problem with the available information that we have. So this is not a criticism. What we do accept is the number of homeless people is increasing. That's a fact. 1,331 since last year when it was 1,101, I think it was. More persons receiving financial assistance. Cost of living is rising for everybody else. Behaviors on Front Street where persons are using substances and going to the liquor store right next door to get singles of, Super Teas and Elephants, and then causing problems to the persons who are coming off the ferries, locals, tourists. We see it, we ignore it, the problem continues, and then last year somebody got killed. Banners not supposed to be posted, and in certain areas they've come down, and I thank the minister for that. And at the same time, we're not seeing a consistency in enforcement. So in some areas, they're now down, and thankfully so, but in other areas they crop up. You see them by Marsh Folly, by where the old dump is. I think there's going to be a concert at the end of the month, a sound clash or something. I regularly drive past it. The point is, if we want certain behaviors to change, we want our island to look a certain way, we want a lifestyle to be safe and secure, we want people to show care and regard for each other, we have to exercise good judgment and discipline in what we're doing as a government and the civil servants and the people on the front line. All of us working together. So the police officer who makes the arrest can be assured that when the person goes to court, the person receives the appropriate justice. When we're talking about impaired driving, we have a culture of driving under the influence. And now when we have the medicinal cannabis framework, that's going to be another consideration in terms of making sure that the police are properly trained, doctors are properly trained, so that persons using are not going to be using medications irresponsibly. So there's all these layers to the levels of responsibility and behavioral change that is required. Absolutely, the Constitution needs to be updated so that we can remain current and responsive and respond appropriately to the needs of the community. Absolutely, we're all on board. It needs to be done properly. Enforcement fundamentally is the issue. We all agree that things need to change. Current practices, as relates to the one example given about road deaths, is not working. 1,400 deaths, 1,400 accidents a year, approximately 136 serious injuries, preventable deaths through knives, guns, and road traffic, approximately 17 per year, and as rightly was spoken about by my colleagues to the right and left, the impact on the community in terms of healthcare costs, traumas to family, healthcare, and the list goes on. What I'm asking this government and this House for is an agreement to work collectively and collaboratively towards the addressing of these critical areas of need, with strategic plans, with timelines, with approaches that are data-driven, and that we're not afraid to discuss what is working well, to take advice from other jurisdictions from the South, North, East, and West, all over the globe, what works, and implement that, and track the results, and make the necessary and difficult changes that will impact in the short and long term for this community. Thank you.
Any other member, MP Famous, would you like your 20 minutes on the clock?
Mr. Speaker,
Right ahead, sir.
it seems the OBA is getting very much coordinated with their MTAs. Teamwork. It was a compliment. Take it. What I will say, I don't think the honorable member who sat down should conflate what he had to say with what the previous speaker before him had to say, because the reverence of His Imperial Majesty should not be mixed up with what you're trying to use. Mr. Speaker, I didn't get to speak on the condolences. I was caught up with something else, so I'd like to take a few minutes to recognize some folks who have passed since the last time we stood here. Mr. Elroy Eve.
Could have held him for next time sitting if you like.
Well, we never know what's going to happen next time. The list is only going to get longer. Mr. Elroy Eve of Devonshire, Mr. Brother Peter Powell, formerly of Belco, Ms. Leela Chavez, Nee Matthew, used to be of St. George's, Brother Floyd Forth, I'd like to associate my name with that. Mrs. Darlene Bascom Emery, a Barclayite, you may know her, she was in your sort of generation. Mr. Peter Christen of Christen's Jewelry. Mrs. Suchat Massey, also known as Claire Leanne. And Mr. Troy Commission, brother of former MP Ralph Commission. Yes. Mr. Speaker, this weekend marks the celebration of the Santo Cristo Festival, which is a festival celebrated by persons from San Miguel in the Azores. Now, for those who don't know, the Azores are, for lack of a better term, a colony of Portugal. So there's actually separate islands. San Miguel is the largest of 9 islands, and the majority of persons in Bermuda of Azorean descent come from San Miguel. So every year they put on an event at St. Teresa's. It used to be our BAA at times, but now it's going to be Monte Agnes. And so this year, they are trying something to incorporate more of Bermudian, make it a little bit more holistic, bringing in the Gombe's, the Portuguese, the Filipino dancers. For those who like malasadas, I suggest you get there early because it's going to be a very long line. But what it speaks to, Mr. Speaker, and I will speak to another point later on, is that the Azorean persons in Bermuda are part of our culture. Some look straight Azorean, some are mixed, and some you can't even tell, but they have Azorean blood. But they as they are as Bermudian as the rest of us, Mr. Speaker. And there was a time that the then colonial government, King Charles's people, didn't allow Azorean men to bring their families here. They said, no, you're here to work. You're not here to socialize. So you know what the inevitable result of that will be, Mr. Speaker. So I encourage all of Bermuda to learn about the Santo Cristo Festival, irrespective of your own religious beliefs. But this is a part of our Bermudian culture. Mr. Speaker, I also want to give congrats to two of our sister parties who have recently been, what's the correct word called? Returned to power in the Caribbean. Yeah, extremely successful. The first congrats goes to the Antigua-Barbuda Labour Party. Last year we had Minister Chet Green come and be our guest speaker at our annual banquet. Yes, MP Terrell's friend, football friend. And on April 30th, the Antigua-Barbuda Labour Party went from 9 seats to 15. 15 out of 17 seats, Mr. Speaker. What did that speak to? That spoke to the fact that they are stable. The people in the country realize, irrespective of the noise of the opposition party, that they have seen progress under the Antigua-Barbuda Labour Party, and they will return to power. Mr. Speaker, as you know, most of us have Caribbean heritage. Many of us have Caribbean heritage. And I can proudly stand tonight to say one of my cousins was elected for the first time. She was a senator, now she's an MP and a minister. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, in our sister island of the Bahamas, the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, the Progressive Liberal Party, the original PLP, was returned to power on May the 12th. Out of 41 seats, the Progressive Labour Party of the Bahamas, Progressive Liberal Party, thank you for that correction. Progressive Liberal Party of the Bahamas has 33 of those seats. So it's safe to say that that's a landslide. Now, for those who remember, Mr. Speaker, in 2022, the Prime Minister, the Honorable Philip Brave Davis, and many of his ministers came to Bermuda to speak during our annual convention. They reminded Bermudians, especially the Bermuda Progressive Labour Party family, of the connections between the PLP in Bermuda and the PLP in Bahamas, the shared values and the shared motto. We both say PLP all the way. Mr. Speaker, in stark comparison, in the UK, the British Labour Party has suffered some terrible losses as of late. It appears as if the fascist, is that the word? Fascist party, the Reform Party, have made inroads in turning English people against everyone else. The fascist Reform Party has made inroads in local elections to the chagrin, that's the word, chagrin? Yeah. To the chagrin of many. So much so, Mr. Speaker, that Prime Minister Keir Starmer probably won't last until July. He has not one, not two, not three, but possibly 4 of his own MPs trying to take his seat. So, Mr. Speaker, when I actually look back and I say, well, didn't they have this happen underneath the, what they call that, the Conservative Party? You had David Cameron, then you had, what's the lady name? Ross? No, before her. You've had a lot. They have had, in the last 10 years, there have been 6 British prime ministers. What is the point I'm trying to make, Mr. Speaker? There are those who say, look to the UK for stability. But a prime minister can't last more than 2 years in the UK, if that. So how are they any beacons of morality for anyone else? They are not. Meanwhile, in the Caribbean, prime ministers are lasting 6 and 7, sometimes 10 years. So I say to the people, don't ever come to us and say, look to the UK for political stability, because there's none there. Is Michael Fayer? No, he's gone? No, he's not here. Mr. Speaker, moving on to housing. As we know, we have a challenge with affordable housing in Bermuda. And rightfully, people are asking, what is the government doing about it? Well, last week, Mr. Speaker, the Bermuda Housing Corporation opened 4 renovated units in Middletown. 4 is not a lot in the grand scheme of things. We'll be opening 5 more before Cup Match. 9 is not a lot in the grand scheme of things. So, Mr. Speaker, last week, Monday, the Honorable Minister Zane De Silva launched his affordable housing initiative. It's a lot to read, but basically it says that the Bermuda government is committed to building hundreds of affordable housing units in this country. So I say to the people, number one, your government is doing something. But I also say to the people, right, that the government owns land in the extremes of the island. In the extreme east, down the south side, in the extreme west, west of Watford Bridge. That's the right place, Watford Bridge, MP? West of Watford Bridge. So when we start building these affordable units, they're not going to be single units. They cannot be single units. It's not cost effective to do that. They are going to be multiple story units. No, they're not going to be skyscrapers. They are going to be multiple story, and no, they're not going to be built the traditional building Bermuda way. They're going to be built precast panels. What are precast panels, people are asking? Anyone familiar with Frog Lane, Top Square, Hermitage Road, Burrs Island even? There are precast houses that were built 40 years ago under the United Bermuda Party that still stand and will probably stand for another 400 years because that is the quality of the material. So for those who think that the government, via the Bermuda Housing Corporation, are building some fly-by-night thing, it's not true. The cost of building in Bermuda, Mr. Speaker, as you would know, is near to $700 to $800 a square foot. By doing the precast panels, we are able to do it substantially less. So I just want to reassure people that the Bermuda government, via a generous grant from the, not grant, sorry, what they call that there, guarantee, guarantee from the Ministry of Finance are able to do these sorts of things. Finally, Mr. Speaker, last night I was invited to be a panelist at an event in Somerset. And I was thinking to myself, what should I wear? What should I wear? No, I didn't. And I decided, let me just wear something neutral-ish. But anyway, Mr. Speaker, the point is that I was invited to a panel up at St. James Church Hall to talk about CARICOM, Bermuda's potentially moving forward as a full member of CARICOM. Now, we all know what the weather was like yesterday. It was kind of iffy. But a good turnout was had. Interesting turnout, seating arrangements, or the way people sat. And then as the panelists with the Honorable Alexa Lightbourne and the Honorable AG, Kim Wilkerson, gave their dissertations, I gave my part. And then the questions came. And you had to ask yourself, are we here talking about CARICOM? Or are we talking about something that somebody wants to divert the topic? You see, Mr. Speaker, it's pretty obvious when people don't want to actually discuss the issue at hand, they bring up these things called red herrings. What about the trees? What about the roads? What about the this? And you're saying, this isn't the minister for that. What about immigration? So you see, Mr. Speaker, here it is. The minister is taking her time, and the DCI and all the other folks taking the time to set up this whole, to give people information. Information that they say, we want more information. But when you actually give them the platform to ask those questions, they want to ask other things to turn away from the actual topic. You see, one of the questions they ask is, what about all the money you're going to be spending for this thing? Why are you going to spend all this money? It's a valid question. What are you getting in return? And I'm sorry I didn't get to answer somebody, because then I said, and I go back to what the Honorable Joshay Adams said. What about all the money we spent on the governor every year? What about all the money we spend on his staff every year? What about all the money we spent refurbishing Government House? The governor doesn't work for the people of Bermuda, folks. He works for the Foreign and Commonwealth Development Office, a.k.a. the British government, a.k.a. the Crown. And we, as the colonized, are paying his salary. We, as the colonized, are paying his travel expenses. We, as the colonized, are paying for his housing. That big house, the biggest house in Bermuda, for one person. They ask, why you spend all this money on CARICOM? No one asks how much money we spent when the king came here. Sorry, the second king came here. No one asks that. Because, Mr. Speaker, we have a mindset in this country that if it's of colonial color, it's okay. Spend the money, don't ask any question. But anything to do with the Caribbean, it's an issue. Anything. I'm going to say it again. Anything that is of colonial history, present day, it's no problem. Spend the money. Oh, we got to go to England again. Spend the money. Oh, we got to bring in somebody from England. Spend the money. No one asks. But the minute we're talking about an institution to help move us as Bermudians, all of us forward, it becomes an issue.
Yes.
We have to be honest as a country, Mr. Speaker. We have double standards. All right? And I'm not saying that We have all the answers in regards to CARICOM. But what I can tell you, of the money we spend on the governor, we don't get anything back. The UK does not send any money down here. What money they send her? Anyway, my point, Mr. Speaker, is this. When we stand up, we have to face the Union Jack in the year 2026. Everything we do in this country is based off of a colonial history. But no one has a problem with that. But the minute black people start saying, let's talk to other black people, it's an issue. That is what we'll really have to examine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Pete, is any other member? Minister? Okay. MP Swan has the floor.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I had intended to speak on the motion to adjourn today, but I feel compelled as one who is old enough to remember the direct influence of His Majesty Haile Selassie's appearance in Bermuda. In fact, I had a school teacher who I was very close to, and we used to call him Emperor, because he looked just like His Imperial Majesty, and his name is the late Chesley Trott, who I had was considered it an honor to be offer a tribute at his memorial service at Bars Park, the Emperor, his presence in Bermuda. I'm old enough to remember my mentor, the late Walter King, Member of Parliament for Hamilton East, who actually introduced me to politics somewhat, along with the other golfers that hang around the golf course and talk politics when they weren't playing golf, who was a member of the UBP before he switched over and then joined the PLP and ran in '76 and got elected. And within a month was standing on the very lawn of Parliament greeting Her Majesty the Queen, of which I didn't realize at that time, but Walter Lister, who got elected that same election, sent me those pictures as I was writing articles about Mr. King's legacy in golf and his impact on me, because as a young person trying to emulate one of my mentors, I actually sit in Parliament as a direct result of Mr. King. And as the opposition leader, I remember when Her Majesty visited Bermuda when Dr. Brown was the Premier of Bermuda, and all members of Parliament were afforded the opportunity to meet. Because unlike anybody else that is in Bermuda, not too many swear an oath. We swear an oath when we come to Parliament. You swear an oath when you become an opposition leader or a cabinet minister. You swear an oath when you become a junior minister. You pledge allegiance to Her Majesty or His Majesty and their heirs. And I do think that had the Imperial Majesty come to Bermuda, as he did go to Jamaica in 1963, a year after independence, he would have done the same thing that he did there. He would have addressed Parliament, and all parliamentarians would have had an opportunity to have met. Look, I'm old enough to, I grew up in golf, and one thing about golf, we call penalties on ourselves, because we aim to be better than anybody else, no matter what our circumstances are. And fairness is first amongst that. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to say I wasn't here when the King visited Bermuda. I was actually in Windsor when he was here. I was actually having a meal where I could look down a lane where I could walk 25 paces, that's 25 yards, and look up that lane and see Windsor Castle. And I'll say this, the waiter that told me, he said I was in Bermuda, he says, "We're here, your king's there." He says, "I'm glad you're here because I don't care too much when he's here." So I said, it's in reverse. I said, my folks are waving flags. But as a parliamentarian overseas, I never received an invite. And I don't think that's right. And whoever was responsible for that, I'm here to say it. It's not right. You can't have a sovereign of a country come here and not do that. And if I'm not prepared to say it here, I shouldn't be here. Said my piece. I feel for those members who may only serve one term. But as in 1976, when the Progressive Labor Party and my mentor sat in opposition, he had an opportunity to choose if he so wanted to. He didn't have to be there, because I'm sure members chose not to be there. But they had a choice. And Mr. Lister, who raced me out of Somerset in 1983 when I ran, you know a little bit about that, is seen with his spouse meeting Her Majesty. I believe, and I'm one of the few people that will stand here and tell you in this parliament that they actually voted for independence in 1995 and still indicate that I would love independence for Bermuda tomorrow. But right is right. Mr. Speaker, on right is right, I just want to thank the government on this occasion for having the courage to see through, bringing to this shore the restoration of the Southampton Princess Hotel. When I was away, I saw soft announcements coming forth, and I was reminded of the fact that it wasn't an easy process. There were objections on a number of fronts. And there were persons who did not want it. And I'm glad to have been one of those who saw the need for it. And let me declare, as I often do when I go on this wicket, I declare the interest that I'm a boy of Southampton soil who had a great-grandmother whose property was compulsory acquired to do that, to make sure that there was a product on that hill for the purpose of tourism. Emily Bascom, Emily Bascom was her daughter. Emily Boris Hall, my great-grandmother, mother of my grandmother Ivy, property was compulsory acquired in Southampton for the building of that property. So to be able to say that even with, you can't get 100% correct everything you do, but to say that we've come to a point where the largest amount of investment in the country has taken place to realize a project of such, I'm here to say that I'm proud of that. I'm proud to have been a part of making sure that at this time, in excess, and somebody might correct me on this, more than 300 million, more than $250 million, maybe closer to $500 million will be injected into this economy because of decisions to make sure that we increased our hotel stock and had a flagship hotel property returned to Bermuda. And I believe that over the years, we've seen that progression taking place. I believe in a mindful world that we will take the opportunity to look at the glass as half full, rather than finding all the reasons why to look at the glass as half empty. And because I've been doing a little bit of I'm not making excuses for having to navigate a little bit in Hamilton Parish because of all that rain and what's been left, my water hazards that exist, but I'm not lost on me that as I navigated other countries, including the motherland, they have issues with roads as well. And so we're not too dissimilar to many other jurisdictions who have to navigate through periods of fiscal, financial challenges. I believe we've done that, you know. I believe that since 2017, the government, of which I was elected in 2017, has become more fiscally prudent, conservative enough to be able to pay down the debt, but responsible enough to be able to look after seniors and social programs. And I believe you'll see more, because I believe more has to be done in that area. But I think you'll get it, and you're getting it more here than the persons who would look at the glass as half empty and come and, be able to provide that type of dialogue to be able to let persons not focus on how significant it is that we made a decision to move forward and have the date certain or date near certain where we can look and see groups coming to this island to Southampton. And that was a decision that was first made in the 60s when the Southampton Princess was first built, and it was accompanied by another development, a development at Port Royal Golf Course, which allowed Time Magazine and all those big convention groups that used to come. And what you've seen in recent years is redevelopment there, where we have a product there that provides global awareness, where the reintroduction of the Southampton Princess will bring people who will look to a world-class facility, and it encourages other facilities to upgrade. And where do we see that? Well, we would see that at Elba Beach, wouldn't we? We see the Lauren on stream have now look west, and we're grateful for that. And I'm sure that the opposition can take some credit for their involvement in properties such as the Lauren and down there in St. George. But let me just go to St. George and herald something that a young Bermudian invested in. Hillcrest Boutique Hotel. Ms. Veronica Gordon. A lady who, in my estimation, is a visionary when it comes to development, because it's not our first rodeo with development. And she has an eye to be able to look at a property and see potential beyond it. And she has looked at a property which has great historical value for the town of St. George. And I knew Miss True Robinson, whose son, who had two sons that actually connected to this House of Assembly. The former of the sons, Deloy Robinson, and also Mr. Cecil Clark, right, representing the Progressive Labor Party. So that property came with great historical significance, but Ms. Veronica Gordon saw what could be done in the modern context of what visitors look for, combining elegance with privacy, providing the type of property that would fit well within a town where you can walk to everything. So within the town of St. George, you now have 3 hotel properties. I've also said that in the East End, in particular, with Grotto Bay being in the parish of St. George's as well, and Castle Harbor being partially Castle Harbor, you can the Tucker's Point sitting on Castle Harbor being partially in St. George's Parish, Mid-Ocean Club partially being in St. George's Parish as well, and the Lauren being next door. I voted for independence. We have everything there with an airport to, consider going independent ourselves. But I say that tongue in cheek to say that, we have an opportunity to market ourselves very jealously with the 3 golf course properties that we have in Bermuda, representing about 40% of that product on island, right there in the East End. And I see interest growing. I often say, and I learned this on the doorstep many years ago, and I often herald what the late David White, editor of the Royal Gazette, told me when I used to canvass him. He used to say, Kim, never lose sight that St. George's was always a working town. It was the first capital of Bermuda. Commerce is a bedrock. Commerce in St. George enables persons not to have to commute to Hamilton to work or have the choice not to. I was one of those persons coming to St. George in 1985, opening up becoming one of the larger employers there when I came to St. George, a town that my grandfather actually lived in when he was a boy. John Anderson, my grandfather, and his siblings lived in St. George's as well. A lot of people don't know that, but I have to drop that in every now and then. But we Andersons are connected to the ocean. And the connections between Somerset and St. George's is not just Cutmatch, you know. It's because it was easier to get to the West End and Dockyard and back to those two maritime areas by boat than it was by land. And so, you know, you'll see swans that are in St. George's that look just like swans in Somerset. Sometimes that's not by accident, you know. I mean, you know, not everybody knows those type of things. Well, but that's not too dissimilar with many folks. What I'm here to say is that in many aspects in tourism, we have more to celebrate and more to look forward to in a positive way than what sometimes we focus on. In closing, Mr. Speaker, as I said on the congrats, I gave congratulations to movement of Lord St. George. I declare my interest in 1990s. I would have been one of those young persons who made history by walking down on the square in St. George. And I see today the young people have changed their mindset, have embraced the visiting lodges in Bermuda. You could only wear St. George's colors there. They've opened it up where persons can come from, and Bermuda has more everything per square mile than anywhere in the world. More golf courses, more churches, more bars, more Masonic lodges. And they opened it up to embrace everybody. But when they did that, they invited folks from Bahamas who come. They invited folks from New York who come. They invited persons from Canada who come. They invite people from the UK to come. And what you're seeing now is the peppercorn ceremony, which celebrates the lodges of the one lodge 200 in Bermuda, now embracing Freemasonry in all lodges through St. George, inviting people to Bermuda for cultural tourism. And I'm here to say that celebrating cultural tourism, celebrating sports tourism, celebrating the arts and tourism, celebrating educational tourism, celebrating medical tourism, where you're connecting people on island and organizations on island with their connections overseas, is where we need to put our monies. I've been saying it, I believe it, I know it to be true. I've participated in making it the proof certain. In 1957, a younger man came to Bermuda and opened a hotel on that Southampton coast that I grew up on, Pompano Beach, Mr. Lamb. His sons are around my age now, and they participated in sports tourism par excellence. They have a template. I want to tell you that around 1999, when I got out of the business, my assistant, Alex Medeiros, a very progressive young man I'm very proud of him, living in South Carolina, who I was one of my apprentices, took our events that we transported from Castle Harbor to St. George's and took it up there. And those events still go on today. When you invest in relationships, when you invest in the people in Bermuda who have connections overseas, you will end up with a Newport to Bermuda, an Annapolis to Bermuda, a race week, a Pompano couples, a Pompano ladies. You will come up with events that stand the test of time. And in my final minute, I want to say, when it comes to honors, there's a gentleman that stands out far most to me, and I declare my interest. I love golf, but Bob Carrero from Glebe Hill in Tucker's Town took it upon himself during COVID to say, this Bermuda event, which is the oldest Pro-Am golf event in the world, will not die. And with only 8 teams, he made sure that that tournament remained continuous. Up until December of last year, he had over 75 foursomes with family members of some of the most iconic clubs in the entire globe. And that's no mean feat. Why? Because he loves Bermuda, and he has international connections that he wasn't afraid to leverage on behalf of his beloved Bermuda. And I'm saying that that template is the same template of Race Week. It's the same template that I've seen exercised in many other sporting and cultural events that stood the test of time in our country. Mr. Speaker, I will do my part with the breath left in my body to try to make that a reality, connecting us with the people that love Bermuda, finding more people to fall in love with Bermuda through the people of Bermuda, both in Bermuda and around the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Does any other MP, Mr. Reeks?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my time here in this honourable chamber, every now and then there's a speech, especially during a motion to adjourn, where sometimes somebody should just drop the mic and we go home for the evening. Tonight, Mr. Speaker, that's the way I felt when my colleague from Public Works spoke on the history of Haile Selassie. I am one of those that, as an MP for Bacatan, so to speak, it's a large roster population. So I got an earful when people said, well, the king that came, King Charles, was not the first to come. And I could not have articulated any better, even if I had practiced than what my colleague done. So hats off to him for that brilliant history lesson, and I'm glad others. Who? Queen Elizabeth. Yeah. 1953. Yeah. Okay. And right. Well, actually, yeah, peace and love. But also, Mr. Speaker, before I go on to my remarks, I want to also mention that a lot of us, some of us on this side of the floor, do have some Azorian connections, some Azorian roots. Yeah, and I proudly say I am one of them, right? And I say it without reservation that before a time when we were separated, when the blacks and Portuguese were separated, most of us lived in the same communities. And as a result, I have a great-grandmother that was from San Miguel. Okay, and so moving right along, Mr. Speaker, I have to say that it's always humbling when we talk about the word carnage. And that's one thing that I feel that our house on either side is united on. So this is not to criticize anyone, but just to agree that we have some word carnage that we have to address, and we have to be clear that this is not a new phenomenon. We've had people die on the roads almost at one a month for years on average. Life-altering accidents have been happening for years. And I must stress that a lot of times when we talk about the word deaths and word carnage, we talk about it as being a young person's event. That is not the case, Mr. Speaker. We get people that get in these accidents, either life-altering or losing their life. That's from every age group, just about, in Bermuda. So it's more than just our youngsters. But what I want to say, just as a point of clarification, and not only for the member from, I think, C C23. C22 is, well, C22 or C23? 23. Just want to make something clear, Mr. Speaker. This government had pledged a couple of years now in one of our throwing speeches to address the speed on the roads. We now have put money toward it over the last 18 months. We have a working group from TCD, the Bermuda Police Service, the Attorney General's Chambers, and what we're doing is how we change legislation so that when we are fully operational with these speed cameras, tickets are going to be able to be issued electronically through the mail, through email, or via people's phones. So I'm saying that to be clear, that antiquated system that we talked about is on the verge of being no more. The current cameras we have, what we are testing, license plate recognition. So there are some things that this government is doing, not talking about doing, Mr. Speaker, but we're actually doing to enhance the capability and the assistance of the Bermuda Police Service in doing their job. But I want to stress, too, that it is a community effort, Mr. Speaker, that is needed. It's going to be more than enforcement that's going to fix the carnage on the road. Now, having said that, Mr. Speaker, my contribution to the motion to adjourn today was none of that. As the minister responsible for national security, what I wanted to talk about in motion to adjourn was the upcoming Bermuda Day holiday. And always around this time, I've tried to raise to my feet and talk about the holiday that's coming up. And I'm not talking about the holiday as the minister, because I too am one of those revelers that are out there enjoying ourselves during the Bermuda Day holiday. We enjoy the culinary festivity in different camps that we may come across. We enjoy the gumbears, Mr. Speaker. I enjoy, too, that old saying, letting your hurt on. If not regularly, but there are certain occasions that one wants to be just a part of the partying, festivity, enjoying the Bermuda Day holiday. But in saying that, it's incumbent of me to say that safety has to be a part of this. We have to look out for one another. We have to enjoy our culture. This year's theme, I think, is for the culture. It's a brilliant theme because that could help us recognize and realize that this is more than one big party. It's really about us celebrating each other, who we are, but not without understanding that it's our duty to look out for each other. Holidays don't give us a right to all of a sudden say that, okay, we could ride or drive any way we want. Alcohol and drugs is still a no-no. So as the minister responsible for security, like others, I want to enjoy myself, but I want us to enjoy it peacefully, Mr. Speaker. Peacefully, without any carnage on the street, without any violence in our communities, but we can enjoy ourselves and keep each other in mind. Safety is utmost, and I wish everyone a good and safe Bermuda Day holiday weekend. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, several of the speakers tonight have spoken about the safety and lack of safety on our roads, and I thank the minister for what he just said. The issue that we have as has been said a couple of times, it's multifaceted. This behavior is not new. Bermuda's had bad behavior on its roads for a really long time. If you go back through history, road deaths have happened on our roads for an extended period of time. In the era that some of us grew up in, pack racing was the thing that everybody was complaining about. Large packs of bikes racing really fast all around the island. But as we became more busy, our roads became more busy, pack racing seemed to go away, but some of that behavior has now become an individual behavior. And it's personal responsibility that we have to actually talk about. Because you can legislate, we can put in all kinds of rules and regulations and punishments. And we can even, as the Minister of Sport, Tourism, and Transport was saying, we can have initiatives to communicate and have whole programs to educate our population on changing the behavior. But what it's going to come down to is personal responsibility. Because many of the people that are behaving in the way that they are not actually going to listen regardless of the changes that we make. And I think it's important that this isn't a blame game. I think everybody in this chamber agrees that this behavior has to change. One more death on our roads is too many. But when you look at some of the enforcement that we put in, we have sobriety checkpoints. Mr. Speaker, we announce the sobriety checkpoints in advance. And people complain that we do that because they feel it makes better sense if we just have the sobriety checkpoint. But Mr. Speaker, after a long weekend with advance notice that we're going to have sobriety checkpoints, the statistics say 20-something people get pulled over after either drinking or, being intoxicated by other substances. So personal responsibility, once again, they're not paying attention to the things that we're saying. These decisions that we make have to change. Some of it will be enforcement. Some of it means that we are going to have to increase penalties. We're going to have more ways of enforcement. Mr. Speaker, I think sometimes when we point out some of these things, it comes across like we're challenging. I think it's really just together we need to have solutions because in this chamber we don't want to see this continue. From a policing standpoint, at one point in Bermuda there were over 30 officers that were involved in the cycle unit or traffic. The minister can correct me with exact details, but that was about the number, and now I believe that number is around 6. But that's because policing has changed and the police have had to move into other areas, and that's why you don't see the police everywhere dealing with the traffic. But if you covered the roads with police, the behavior doesn't seem to change. We have a road death, and the very next day, there's 12 accidents. No one's listened to what happened on the radio. No one's paid attention to what we've said in this chamber. Family members tell our young people, or not so young people, before they leave that night, you got to look out on the road. And the behavior doesn't change. High speed, plus being intoxicated, and probably the thing that we don't talk about the most is cell phones. When you see cars that are flipped over, a lot of times that's not just intoxication, that's because they were not paying attention to the road at all because they were looking at a phone. They got to get that last text in, but it might be your last text. We have to change the behavior of our people. We got to educate our young people by not just having policing, but having every single person in our community making sure that you're talking to our youngest of young, that behavior has to change. But, Mr. Speaker, how many of us have seen people overtaking, speeding with a young person on the bike with them? What lesson are you teaching that young person? When they turn 16, there is no way their behavior is going to be any different than what they learned from the time they were little. So when we're talking about our culture, we have to make sure that we're changing our culture on the roads. And I thank the minister, because it's not just the culture on the roads that is harming our people. Every time we get next to one of our big celebrations, we have people that end up with hot heads. And then the violence increases. And instead of preparing for the parade or preparing for the half marathon or preparing for being with family and friends, there are people in our community that are preparing to create carnage. Our community. They're not worrying about the celebrations and thinking about our heritage and what we are celebrating. They're thinking about how to hurt other people from our community. And all of these things are linked up. So we can't be up here blaming each other. What we have to do is figure out how we can work together to use every possible solution to change the behavior. Because the last thing I want is to come back after everybody's celebrating Bermuda Day for us to be giving more condolences, to be visiting people in the hospital because they've been injured because of the behavior on our roads or the behavior with the violence in our neighborhoods. This is an opportunity next Friday for us to celebrate with our community, for us to celebrate with our friends and family, for us to celebrate what is the best of Bermuda. Celebrate our culture. Bermuda is another world. And I mean that in the positive way that my father wrote that song. Not the behavior that it's become where they say Bermuda's another world in a negative term. Frustrates me the most, because that's not the Bermuda that I think anybody in this room wants to see, Mr. Speaker. We have to elevate our behavior. We have to expect more of each other. We have to look out for our neighbors, and we have to have personal responsibility. That means take a taxi. That means prepare for how you're going to get home. And that means when you see an argument escalating, pull your friend aside. Take the time to talk to that person and see if you can cool down those heads. And when you know that the person next to you potentially had one too many, take the time to talk to them. That might be the life you save. That is the responsibility of how this country was built, taking care of each other. And we know that it can still happen, regardless of all the protections, regardless of all the things that we want to have happen. But if we all try, that is how we are going to make our community whole. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to make sure that every person that has been preparing for the half marathon, good luck in the upcoming week. All the people that have been preparing for the parade, I'm hoping that we have beautiful weather so that you can put on the show for our community. And all the family members who have been thinking about the food and festivities that they're going to have. And as the minister said, all of us will be, partaking in our different ways. But if you're going to have a little cold libation, make sure you are doing it safely, that you are not putting yourself and others at risk, that you're not getting to the point where you're not in control. These are the things that we can do for ourselves that help us to help our community. So, Mr. Speaker, I wish every person in this chamber, every person that is listening, and our entire community a very wonderful Bermuda Day coming up. And let's make it safe. And let's celebrate Bermuda and Bermuda's culture. And next time that we are in this House of Assembly, I'm hoping that we don't have to have any of those negative comments and any of those things where we are giving condolences. Instead, we should be talking about all the wonderful celebrations. So to you, Mr. Speaker, and everybody else, have a wonderful Bermuda Day, and let's make it safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To you, Mr. Speaker, to my fellow colleagues, and to all of the listening audience. On Thursday, May the 7th, we gathered for the National Day of Prayer. This was a moment set aside not for politics, but for what has always held this country together at its deepest level. Our recognition that we are accountable to someone higher than ourselves. The National Day of Prayer falls within Heritage Month, and that is no accident. For our heritage is not only in our languages, our traditions, and our struggles. It is in the faith that carried our foreparents through them. In years past, faith was central to public life. It shaped our schools, our communities, and the way we spoke to one another across our differences. Prayer has always opened Parliament, but it was also taught in homes and in our schools. It was lived out in the way that our neighbors treated one another. When faith was at the center, certain things followed naturally. There was a shared expectation of honesty, of keeping your word, of respecting your elders, of protecting the vulnerable. Duty came before self. Restraint was seen as strength and not weakness. As that centrality has faded from public view, we see the cost in the daily life in this country. We see a decline in morals. We see a decline in respect for one another. We see a decline in the basic civility that allows a society to function. We see disrespect towards authority, towards institutions, and disrespect toward each other has become commonplace. Trust erodes when there is no shared standard beyond personal preference. The National Day of Prayer was a chance to pause and name that connection again. I just heard the opposition leader ask for a solution to the challenges that we are facing in this community. And I would offer and I read the scripture which is found in Philippians 4:6-8. Do not be anxious about anything, but in every situation, by prayer and petition, with thanksgiving, present your requests to God, and the peace of God, which transcends all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds through Christ Jesus. It further goes on to say, finally, brothers and sisters, whatever is true, whatever is noble, whatever is right, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is admirable, if anything is excellent, if anything is praiseworthy, think about such things. This is a call to faith, to prayer, and to the words that we speak about one another and about our future. It reminds us that the health of a nation depends not only on its laws, but on the hope and character of its people. It is not about imposing one tradition on all. It is about remembering that a nation without reverence becomes a nation without restraint. When we restore prayer to its place, not just in this chamber when we start in the morning, but in our homes and in our communities, we restore the moral foundation that makes freedom possible and makes citizenship meaningful. So today, let us pray for this parliament, for wisdom beyond our own. Let us speak positively about the future of this, our island home. Refuse to let cynicism drown out our hope. Let us pray for our communities, for healing where division has taken root. And let us pray for ourselves that we may restore the faith and character that define our heritage and must define our future. May our heritage and our culture be remembered not only in song and dress and in celebration, but in the faith that built it and in the hope we choose to speak into our tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and a very happy Bermuda Day to everyone. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Does any other member wish to make comment? Minister, you have your 20 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Premier could not be here to close us out because he had an engagement, but he wanted to express the sentiments of everyone having a happy Bermuda Day. He hopes that everyone has an enjoyable day, use it as for an opportunity of camaraderie and showing the best of who we are on that particular day. I think we ditto the sentiments of the opposition leader who has an expectation of that day being a joyous day and one that we can collectively celebrate together. I know that for me, it is an important date in my calendar. You know, the people from the East and the West, their day is cup match. But for us in the city, I may not be able to get a spot around St. George's Field or Somerset Field, but I definitely have a spot in town. And so I use that day to wake up early, set up my camp, and have a full day with my family and friends. And I'm wishing everybody a prosperous day. For those persons that are participating, certainly we'll be there to applaud you as you come through. And I just think that we approach the day with the appropriate spirit, one of togetherness and unity. Mr. Speaker, those was the remarks that the Premier wanted me to express.
So whose camp? Is your camp or his camp now?
No, it's certainly
No, I'm only teasing.
my camp, but I want to do a strategic pivot right now in terms of the words in which...
When I walk around, I'll look for your camp.
Yes, I want to say.
All right.
I was going to speak today about the lost opportunity for us to collectively come together and talk about the positive ratings that Bermuda has actually achieved. And there will be some time for us to speak about the positive ratings and how that does trickle down into the everyday household, because there is a connection, and I believe that you can't detach the two in terms of the work that the government is doing, the financial position, the assessment of economic plans moving forward, and how that actually would then benefit the people of Bermuda. And so there's going to be an opportunity to do so. But today I really want to, and I don't know how to approach this. I want to be guided. If a member of parliament, especially a minister, deliberately and knowingly lies to members of parliament and lies in this house, that could result in that person being asked to resign from their position, correct?
There are minister code of conducts that dictate how a member should conduct themselves, and I think if a member, any member, but particularly a minister, brings a known untruth, put it that way, and misleads the House with that untruth, then yeah, that's a serious offense.
Thank you. On January 21st, I received a forward It reads, so they tell me Jason Hayward's wife has left him due to abuse. His girlfriend before this one left him too for the same reason. He is an abuser of women and can't keep his hands to himself, making decisions about the country because of family connections in the PLP. I then put my hand forward to challenge the leadership of the party. A voice message was then sent out. In that voice message, it articulated the same thing, that Jason Hayward is a woman beater and he has a police record to support it. That is an unsubstantiated, malicious rumor. Everybody I've talked to about it, they says, Hayward, don't address it. Let it go away. But they don't have to live what I have to live. Mr. Speaker, I wake up every morning and try to do my best for the people of this country. I've dedicated 22 years of my life to public service and helping people and serving people and helping communities. And for whatever reason, evil within our community would determine that the hell burn on destroying my character. I have never engaged in domestic violence. I am not a woman beater, and I have never abused a woman. And it's sad that I have to say that. Even after saying that, half the country is not going to believe what is actually being said. So here's the reality, Mr. Speaker. If anybody comes with any evidence, a police report, a medical report, a doctor's report, an individual who I've been in a relationship with in the past, if they come forward and say that I engaged in domestic violence, I'll resign from Parliament immediately. If they bring the information to you, Mr. Speaker, I'm asking you to remove me from this house for lying to the people of Bermuda. Mr. Speaker, sometimes in life, things is more than politics. I'm here to protect my own integrity. It even hurts me more that members of this House will continue to spread that rumor without even trying to determine whether or not there was truth to it. Mr. Speaker, they tell me, and I understand that politics is a dirty game. I understand that I put myself forward to be a candidate for the leadership of this country. I didn't expect to endure this, but people say that I should continue to expect more. Well, as long as mistruths are said about my name, I'll continue to defend myself. I'm not expecting the world to defend me, but I will defend myself. It is wrong. It is unfortunate that I have to go through this, but so be it. And this journey will make me stronger. And I won't be deterred by the negativity that people have to spew. But if I stand in this house and I tell women that I'm an ally as it pertains to domestic violence, I simply can't stand here and be a perpetrator as well. That's not part of my character. And so, Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I want to conclude. But I am serious. If any evidence is brought forward that I engaged in any of those activities, I will resign my position as a member of Parliament. With those words, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do adjourn to May 29th, 2026.
Actually, let me just take your seats a minute. Take your seat a minute. Even though Minister, even though the Premier had actually read comments for you, the person who moved the motion is the one who closes. So we will close if no other speaker. in a sense. So I have to ask if there's any other speaker. Had you opened it knowing he wouldn't come here, you could have closed it. But I have to do the due process. The due process is, are there any members who wish to speak? There are no other members to speak. With that, now I'll adjourn the House. And the House will stand adjourned until the 29th of May. Before I hit the gavel, I just want to add my sentiments to those who have expressed about the up-and-coming holiday. We know what Bermuda Day means to all of us. A good time to relax and to celebrate, enjoy the camaraderie of Bermudians and our guests in the country. But it's also a time for us to always practice safety. And when I say safety, I speak mainly to the roads, because it doesn't make celebrating during the day and overindulging there and try and drive home that night and injure yourself or others. So be cautious, be careful. As the opposition leader was saying, if we notice one of our friends, family with us who seem to have had a bit too much, don't encourage them to drive. Take the keys from them. Give them a ride home. We want everybody to enjoy it without any negativity of having to be injured through unnecessarily acts of driving on our roads when they're intoxicated. But not only that, if any time we see any violence that may take place, anybody getting heated, let's try and just bring the temperature down around us and those around so that everyone can go home feeling like this was a very fun and enjoyable time with their family and friends, and no acts of unnecessary acts taking place that should not have been part of our Bermuda Day celebration. With that, I encourage everyone to enjoy the holiday. Those who are running, as one who's run many times in the past, I know what it means. I hope they all have a good day on that race, and I encourage us to encourage our runners when we see them come by, not only the senior runners in the Somerset 2 Town, but as one who sponsors the junior race, I encourage us all to encourage our young people who do the last 2 miles into Hamilton 2 Park as well. With that said, have a very very enjoyable, I think the wrong season, the very enjoyable holiday of Bermuda Day. The House now stands adjourned.
Bermuda Live on YouTube. Subscribe.